sky is I sky love the street to play her shop INTAYIFA. I'm tired shop. My GoFundMe campaign is gofundme.com/web/Arlene-Lorenzo. Heading over to my apartment. I don't have money for food. It was just a library. I don't have electricity in my apartment. I'm a victim of a hate crime, theft, domestic violence, abuse, domestic rape, sexual assault, domestic violence. I'm a legend. I'm the greatest of all times. Like, truly, literally. So mostly everyone in my family avoids and hates me instead of supporting humankind. And they steal from me, they rape me, and they steal my money, they steal my vehicles. They're very stupid. They're embarrassing. I don't ever want them in my life. I miss my son Jaden. I miss my daughter Kaylee. They're so beautiful. What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. You can decapitate everyone that steals my money, everyone that stays in my home without my permission, you can decapitate. Everyone that steals my vehicles, you can decapitate. Everyone that gets to know it and hears my money, you can decapitate. It's May 19, 2020. You can decapitate some yeah. They'll try to rape me by trafficking me into poverty. They're disgusting. They band together with my siblings. 18 people are watching one that's like this post. They band together with my siblings to see my siblings' reaction. Or my vagina pictures if they acquire them illegally. So they're like, Diablo, I'm gonna keep saying hi to this leech for years just to wait for them to see Arlene's vagina's picture. Someone gets it. So they band together. They're discussing, they even fake being together for a while because they spend so much time together waiting to rape me that they're like, whatever, I'll take you on a date. And we'll take pictures, and then when I rape Arlene, I'll be like, I'm gonna take a new one, I'm gonna do it. I just raped you. And then the leash come back, asquerosidad, wants to say, Arlene está bien, so facilita. A mí me llevan citas. Y a ti te violó. They want to try to get me to kill myself. They're embarrassing. I'm gonna rage. What else? I'm telling that behind this post, NATO, Interpol, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the Justice Department in the United States, the International Criminal Court, the U.S. Army, maybe the U.S. Air Force. What they're doing is they're taking this footage and then sharing it with people that they think they're like Francois de las Marias de George Gentle. Yeah, you're so picky with women. Mira, Arlene, mira el sucio que tiene en la uña. Don't ever take her out a date. And those people roll their eyes at my family abortion for the most part. They're like, dude, I liked you. I thought we were cool. You must be tired of me. They are now like showing me these videos or pictures saying like, don't date this person. How do you even know we're not compatible? Most likely, her and I. And sometimes I even overlook that just because of stupidity. Like, I'm gonna be like, well, if I run into her at Target or run into her at a nightclub, I may just be like, come here, buddy, que te destruyeron la vida. Porque I'm not mean. It's like, if she's picky as fuck, I hope I don't have grime in my nails that day. If I'm sweaty and I run into Target to get some fruit after my gym run, what if I have grime in my nails? What else? I'm bored. What else? I'm bored. What else? I'm bored. What else? What else? Who's gifting me money? I miss Gloria Nilsson. Who's gifting me money? I want to live downtown with Jaden and Kaylani. Or Nila Cantera, or any other place. I get to decide that for myself, Jaden and Kaylani. Literally, those cum bucket holders, seekers, have me hostage trying to tell me to confer with la lich que se lo mama y se hace pasar por su esposa. Se hace pasar por mí. He's like, honey, but why you don't confer with your new friends? She's been sucking my dick literally for the past 40 years. All 3,500 of them. You don't want to become friends with them. Just confer. Be like, ladies, where should I live? Let's do a poll of this. So I don't feel bad that I never took you out on a date. And I've been just doing the cum bucket thing because I'm not a man. And I'm afraid that if I even have sex with you for one night, I'll want a relationship with you. They're disgusting. Those people that I grew up around are disgusting. You get the copy to even Arlene Lorenzo and the sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of your safety. They're terrible people. Then they steal my money, they steal my homes, they steal my vehicles, and they host people because they're non-committal. He's just a scumbag, possibly very, very not a man. So he's invited everyone that he has a crush on to pretend to be me while treating them to my yacht, my airplane, my homes, my food, my water, my wardrobe, because he's lazy or possibly doesn't want to use his own money for if the relationship doesn't work. Porque every fucking asquerosidad que él ve en una novela, he repeats that he thinks that I'm gonna blame la telenovela. I have a picture of him to show on Facebook.com/AR Blue Sky that I don't need to be to say, esto es culpa de las telenovelas. Esto es culpa de fucking pendejo Andrew Suárez, Albert Suárez, asquerosidad. Alex Suárez, qué tipo más asqueroso también. Yandel Malavé posiblemente. Edgar Muñoz Carrero. That keep me poor, trying to trap me into marriage while looking for the next best thing. And David Ledesma raped me, Jorge Avilés raped me, and they cause us so much stress to themselves. But I did not even once cry to Gloria Nilsson Ramon about me getting raped. I post my thoughts on Facebook. I'm not crying to the public either. When I do that, wow, la compa que says, yo soy mejor mujer que Arlene. Él me lleva de paseo todos los weekends y Arlene sufriendo que tiene hambre lanzándose por un taco. And he thinks that I'm gonna take him on a date. Ew, I want him to kill himself. He's disgusting. You can decapitate Edgar Muñoz Carrero, steals from me, Jada and Kehlani. They're disgusting when they do that. You can decapitate, what is it? Albert Suarez, Andrew Suarez. Andrew Suarez, if those are their names. They're disgusting. They're comebacker seekers. Ew, 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 ew. What else? They're disgusting. They're disgusting. Edgar treated me good as a living girlfriend because he already knew that I'm a victim of theft. And there was no way to reason with Jimmy and that ladies to stop stealing from me, to reason with Andrew to stop stealing from me, to reason with Sarah Francis to stop stealing from me, to reason with Carolina tries to stop stealing from me. So he very generously has provided for me. Jaden Kaylani, well, he and I work together, but he said to me that if I'm not his living girlfriend, that he will only provide for Jaden Kaylani if I can't provide for Jaden Kaylani, which is natural for a baby daddy. What else? 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 Because I need to seek the death penalty for those people who stood for me. You can decapitate Carolina Chavez, you can decapitate Ginny Jandaliri Lorenzo Suarez, you can decapitate Sarah Francis, you can decapitate Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of receiving money. They try to do a competition of let's live the best life that we can before we get the death penalty. And they steal, they murder, they rape. They're embarrassing. You can decapitate David Ledesma that raped me in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. You can decapitate Jorge Aviles that raped me in 2016. You can decapitate Michael Norman that raped me in 2016. They're trying to give me the younger boy as boyfriend, do like every cliche, stupid stereotype, secretary job, to be a porn star for them. Or like it's the only job that I could be doing, sitting down, pushing papers. I wouldn't get tired for my baby to fuck me later. They're stupid. They're stupid. They're stupid. So girls, they're embarrassing. They want to mock my gray hair behind the scenes. They're disgusting. Ew, 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 ew. They're like, well, the wife my baby wants, my baby gets. Joanna, you want her to see Arlene without no teeth? Okay, I'll put guns to people's heads so people don't give Arlene money. You do the same. Maybe se muere, guys, before we see her without teeth, okay? Mi Albert and mi Andrew Suarez, te lo prometemos. Thank you, Joanna, for sucking my dick. You can decapitate Joanna Vargas as a hate crime towards me because I didn't have a set of grandparents for growing up. She stays in my home without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of receiving money, steals my money, and rapes my crushes. They're disgusting. They're not worth pursuing. They're not men. You can decapitate Alex, Albert, Andrew, Basura, Rosidad Suarez. That stay in my homes without my permission, steal my... Cree que yo le debo birthday gifts o me roba mi dinero, mi casa, mi vehículo y se lo regala a cualquier fucking pendeja que se lo mama. Una asquerosidad que da esa gente. Jennifer Marie Vasquez killed Gloria Nirsa Acevedo. So disgusting. I asked her to leave my home so I could at least get my belongings, my vehicles, my money, my books, and she wouldn't. What else? 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 He then took me hostage from my parents' home, raped me there. While she was there, she raped me twice. She's disgusting. They've drugged me and raped me. That doesn't mean that I'm weak. They're just disgusting. They're like, that's why we put out and rape so that we don't get raped like Arlene does so weak. They're embarrassing. They're embarrassing. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Is that 75 or steps? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? 76. No, there it is. When does the bus get here? No, thank you. Aw, so cute. They stop for me sometimes. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? This will be here in 2 minutes. These So they're trying to get me to go to jail for something for being trying to violate my rights and they're trying to gauge who it is that I've dated through Tinder or Bumble. Who will I tell? No one. Keep that to myself. For them to be like, well, if it didn't work out with my sister, here's my niece, here's my prima, here's my primo, here's my dad, here's my neighbor, here's my coworker. They're disgusting. They steal one's money so their relationships don't work. For one to be crying to them and be like, they're like, don't worry, I'm gonna help you fix that. Here's his phone number, here's his picture, here's where he works, here's what he does for a living, here's his hobbies. Everyone. Go try, but at least try. Ew. Every time that one of my relatives had a new significant other, they would drag me out of my bedroom and be like, just try. Like, try what? I could be like exclusively monogamous. That she's just bringing it to the family. Like, this is my significant other, guys, but we're keeping it to just each other. And people are like, we need a threesome with you too. Let us in. There's the bus, I think. He's trying to kill me and I'm still trying to get my intentions with him. Or because he and I didn't date because he steals my money so I can date him. So he wants to know if I would have occupied all of this time or not. I've never occupied any of his time, ever. He's a waste of time to me. Those people say that they end up killing themselves because they skipped a person and they did everything wrong to not be with that person. They're like, okay, I had a lot of this time block to be with her, so I'm just gonna kill myself. And he wants to die then. It's like, that's not normal. People seek therapy for the lifestyle instruction if it doesn't understand lifestyle. What else? So literally my siblings want me to get off the internet so I stop flirting with their significant others. They're stupid, they're disgusting. You can decapitate Arlene Lorenzo, you can decapitate Arlene Lorenzo, you can decapitate Lorenzo that are the fuck me instead of my crushes. They're embarrassing. They steal my money so I can date. They're like, they're easy sex to break me and all. They don't want mothers to know that it's good to be a mother. They're embarrassing. They're sex addicts and they're porn addicts. So disgusting. So disgusting. What else? No, I received money tomorrow. Is getting money. You can do so in person through PayPal. It's Air Blue Sky Designs going with a stupid sun goes straight to my heart. Arlene Lorenzo Art Shop, INTAYIAFAY Art Shop. My GoFundMe campaign is gofundme.com/Arlene-Lorenzo-. What else? I'm tired of hearing this person seek the penalty for thousands of people. Not rape me and steal my money. They're gonna know it hurts me. stay in my homes without my permission to steal my vehicles that have caused state economy to still not live with me, because even if they don't live necessarily in my home, they may live with their dad, or Jaden can live independently right now. What else? 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 I don't have money. That's not normal. What else? 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 Even if I were a drug addict or a alcoholic, I would still need money. He wants me to feel inferior to the leech. He wants to create his own church, his own government. Mátalo already. Con bruto. Oh, I would never stand proud next to that. It's disgusting. It only behaves well when it's away from my family of origin, as if those people are more important because they were born in homes larger than the home that I was. So all he does is compare for a while. Some people is like, well, if Arlene is an influencer majorista and you have a better life than her, I give up Arlene. He thinks if I loopholes. If I cut that with scissors, it's gonna break. But I wouldn't. What else possibly very dangerous too? Some electrical part to it. So the components of it needs to be turned off before with pliers. Also, those would be broken. They were replace one or add one or the entire system. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else?
Approaching radio and market.
What else? What else? I'm bored. Please excuse my mess. Hopefully it's just temporary. And soon, very soon as of today, ideally, I start receiving money. I'm a victim of a hate crime, domestic abuse, genocide, theft, sexual harassment, sexual assault, rape, abuse. I've possibly been recorded while drugged illegally and not with my consent, and been asked to do things that I wouldn't ever do. Things that will make me feel so terrible about myself. Disgusting things, possibly. By Andrew Suarez is disgusting. By Andrew Suarez is disgusting. By the Anthony Capsano guy, that's his name, who's disgusting. They don't understand what being a second cousin is, so they're like, this is after me that we can take advantage of. Like if I'm just a toy to just destroy it. So they possibly had me eating from a trash can. Plus, I don't know what else. Possibly like someone hasn't bathed in days. Well, Andrew said decades ago to me that he'll destroy my marriage to John Leon night. Then they broke up with me in the kitchen, I think, and said, well, because you and I are unhappy, I'm just gonna divorce you. I don't know if I actually got married. And if we meet again, then maybe we can see what discuss. Supposedly, Gloria Mirza was asking him to drug me on behalf of Andrew Suarez. To rape me with people that I had done my toddler exploration with. Oh, yes. If you're an adult, You understand how disgusting that feels if after toddler exploration you only want to have sex with people that you feel for. Or like they're extremely attractive and it's like toddler exploration all over is this body exploration at that age. So those asquerosidades that I grew up around are offended that I don't find them attractive anymore and they possibly sign up to rape me. And they record how they rape me, like they've already done that. He took me hostage in my parents' home, took me to my home where he stood with Sarah, and had his brother show me how they have sex with Sarah instead of me. Oh, she mocked me that yes, honey, I'll keep having sex with you if you belittle her. At a very important social media meeting, I was there. And he asked Sarah, I said, Sarah, because you have sex with me, Arlene doesn't. Who should rape Arlene? And Sarah, like, Juan Manuel Delis was a child back then. Why did Juan Manuel Delis listen to them? They're disgusting. I don't ever think about them. I don't ever think about them. What else? What else? I don't ever think about them. They're disgusting. You can decapitate Juan Manuel Delis that raped me in 2017. You can decapitate Sarah Francis. You can decapitate Joaquin Suarez's sons that raped me, that's stealing money and getting away with stealing money. They're disgusting. What else? I'm bored. I want pizza too. And he's feeding Sarah pizza with the money that he's not trying to get me to kill myself. You can decapitate all your squatters. You can decapitate my homie and son and the sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get away with me. I think their names are Andrea or Brett Thomas. What else? They want to be the most bad behaved adult kids ever. They love playing so much. Their parents used to compliment me in their presence. Specifically, I was such a one time while they were at the beach without me being present, and he hates that. He wants all the attention to himself. I think that's Andrew. I don't know their names. I don't keep up with that. They're disgusting too. So he maybe tried to kill his parents. Thank you to Arlene Lorenzo for the pictures on Instagram. Of your nephew, so I can take the death penalty for them. Not that I need those pictures, but it makes it. Like Arlene Lorenzo said yesterday that I'm not for. I want this to go beyond a PSA. I want them to die. For stealing from me, for raping me, for drugging me, for getting in the way of my marriage with Yande. I take my relationship serious. They also try for me to not have babies in daycare. They're embarrassing to say daycare instead of giving me my money already, even if it's not a implicit idea. You can do that almost like at $1 to just say, if he still thinks it's good, say, it's the minimum that I can transfer, no $1, $5. He's growing a ver qué más han hecho behind the scenes, possibly. To sue them later, to seek the death penalty for them. Oh, I speak and I'm suffering of starvation and I don't have money and I didn't get money. And I don't have a home, I don't have electricity. He is possibly being like some like, oh wow, esa es la esposa de mi primo. Wow, pero ya está, help me for one day. Well, he finds out, like, what is it? Those scumbucket seekers did. behind the scenes. What else with our regards to my safety? Parece que tengo leadership also don't tolerate people compliment him for being quiet and then they laugh with me. They're happy. It's like, girl, you win. You like, I'm so quiet. Isn't it a veces muy chismoso? What else?
Approaching Travis Park.
They think I'm mad or depressing for us. What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. What else? What else? Tonight's people steal my money, trying to make me feel like I'm like Ted Bundy.
Requires
They couldn't
special
find a wife.
accommodations main exit through the front door. Los adultos mayores y
Anyways,
las
I have two
personas con una
beautiful children
discapacidad que
in
requieren
this.
acomodaciones especiales pueden salir a
He
través de
wants
la
me to
puerta
kill myself.
principal.
He's embarrassed. He's obsessed with me. Unhealthy. So gross. Ew. Fucking asco. You can decapitate me a mí en Suárez on esos sons that rape me. Still like money to get it over and save money. They're disgusting. I'm gonna stay at the top tonight and watch TV. Because the thing on me to them. What else? I'm bored. I'm hungry. I have bread and a chocolate pudding in my apartment. Just get to me. I'm gonna stay in this room. You can decapitate down Tony Capi's on guy, the center of your deck. Don't take her to a hotel, don't treat her nice. She'll get used to it. And then she won't want me. You can decapitate her on Tony Capi's on the center of your don't give her money or she'll flee. He doesn't have first dibs on my vagina near to his brothers. They're disgusting. They're embarrassing. They go on putting their dick sweat everywhere and they're like, Arlene se tiene que quedar virgen esperando por mi esposa. Anyways, I have sex with myself and so much more pleasure than what that scumbag would be anyways. I don't face on the other one and make her vagina or to What else? I'm bored. What? What else? You can have their list is my money. You can have their list. They use my homes without my permission. You can have their list steals my vehicles. You can have their list everything. They're stupid. Mostly everyone that they are around it. They're embarrassing photos. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate and then whatever you says in my home, so don't make permission, steals my vehicles. Gets in the way of your saying when he steals my money. That's May 19, 2025. What else? 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 I'm born. What else? I'm bored. What else? What else? Yes. I'm gonna keep doing this more. As many times
Help
as
us
I
keep
can
the
to
time by having your hair ready before you bus. Ayúdenos a llegar a tiempo y tenga su tarifa lista cuando
Not
entre el
necessarily
autobús.
every day, but I'm actually staying. What else? What else?
Please remain seated and hold on while the bus is in motion until the bus comes to por favor de permanecer sentados y sujetados del pasamanos mientras el autobús está en movimiento y hasta que éste se detenga por completo.
Or there's someone in the bus that's me out there. Maybe we can visit a restaurant together. More lobbying for the death penalty for juvenile levities and necessaries. A lot of people. That steals my money, stays in my home without my permission. Steals my vehicles, gets in the way of everything. What else? And more. Those murals were talked about decades ago. So people want to be a monster. Even I don't want to get their opinion. She wants them to like literally post what every one of those artists posted about her in writing. I'm talking and she thinks that I'm gonna allow her to be like this after every post in between every post or during every post. She's embarrassing. She's so gross. Disgusting. She's tries already killed Julia Lisa to take my place in my parents' home as a straggler. That my parents looked after while her parents were decades ago. And she tries to be me and she lives in competition. She can do better than me at everything. ¿Qué carajo es eso? She steals my money, stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, rapes. She's disgusting. And then claims that she does everything better than me. Arlene Lorenzo has been raping for more than 30 years. Disgusting. So gross. Ew. I'm bored right now. I am bored right now. What else? When I'm financially stable, I'm financially trouble, when I'm going to have the FBI may have jailed already males and females that Andrew has tried to condition to rape me when I'm financially stable. So the death penalty is possibly not something that we will get within the next day because I have to do a cleanup first of like who is the biggest condition to rape her is out there dating. What else? Like he paid Carolina Chavez to abuse me through Facebook. He paid Sonia Alvarado Chapman to abuse me through Facebook. Behind the scenes, they're getting off sexually off of that. They're disgusting. You can decapitate Carolina Chavez as an animal. She's just a comeback and una querosidad. They don't do sex, they just jump on each other. They're disgusting. You can decapitate Carolina Chavez that stays in my home without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of mercy, steals my money. You can decapitate Sarah Francis. You can decapitate Sonia Alvarado Chapman. What else? They would have competing with those kids have the better grades. They come to starvation and then want to talk to you. Sorry, kids failing in school. They do that. Oh, Evelyn de suicide. Just had to rape them in her mind like esos nenes se van a colgar y no van a llegar ni al colegio. ¡Ew! Por eso vamos por las notas. Oh. You can decapitate right now. That steals my money, sticks in my home without my permission, steals my vehicles, and gets in the way of receiving money. They think that a kid with back braces is going to illegally prostitute itself to survive in life. A lot of kids have back grades and have family wealth already. Grades are no indicator of success. At least financial success in a person for the most part. Asshole, that's like you can decapitate Benjamin Suarez's sons and rape me and steal my money and get in the way of they're disgusting. He thinks that I'm gonna take him on a date. He thinks this is a get to know me. El tipo bruto. He is embarrassing, so gross. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I am bored. What else? I want to stay here to watch TV. I wonder how good that is. Uber could deliver because I don't know if there's room service there. If it's clean. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. Oh, they had to rape me, they drugged me, forced him to rape me. I think I already went through this. And then they want me to regret Jada and Kehlani. And they possibly shown the videos to Jada and Kehlani. I've been like, he had sex with her before they exchanged marriage vows in a chat. Virginal means a lot of things. This is embarrassing, Prince Harry. And they're watching this. How is your family unfortunately will be? That is the question that I have for him. It's like in comparison to the girls that's why they hate you all in Buckingham Palace, because I'm like, I just wonder how it is there, how much respect there is. Like in other homes too. What else? So they're trying to occupy Buckingham Palace to know what it is like, but then they're like, what if I'm there? Will it change their behavior? It was just rhetorical that I asked. What else? They're embarrassing, so gross. I already went through that. Like, I'm still gonna have babies with Albert had him rape Katie or rape me. And he had Albert had his dad rape Katie. That was so embarrassing, dangerous. Yeah, now an abortion, ill. I suppose they had Katie have an abortion because now it was over doing getting me pregnant for this over. That's no right over my ovaries. And to give Katie like a good life with the money that he steals from me, he needed to make her suffer a little bit by getting raped, he said. While he and I had sex, while he raped me and while he had it in me, he's like, oh, so you went on an escape with me as if I'm not your second cousin. Oh, el tipo bruto, un asqueroso, un puerco ew, here's my one, there's what is the kill. Ew, that's just, they're disgusting. What else? What else? Guess it doesn't work at the usually my family origin traffics people to work at factories because that's like the most amount of co-workers that a person could have at once for them to. And they even make privacy concerned of she has a health issue, has 2 kids. So can we just be friends, you and I, so you keep an eye on her? And then they traffic them. They're like, we'll invite you to this party. And they bring people. They're disgusting. They've been doing this for more than, I don't know how many years. I stopped listening after I turned a young adult. I separated myself completely from them, and I don't talk to them other than hi, bye, maybe. And when they say happy birthday, faking that they like me, porque me quieren violar, ese día. What else? 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 I'm bored. They go on to read messages through Messenger. Thank you. And they're like, well, what do you think? If she ignored you, what does that mean? Or if she answered, what does that mean beyond what she answered? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I specifically did that with Sarah Francis and North out of PTSD. I'm like, well, Sarah, David is messaging me and raping me. What does this mean? You can decapitate Sarah Francis se cree que to put me down, she achieves woman status, and then Andrew allows that, Albert allows that, Alex allows that. They're disgusting. They're embarrassing. Does he pull out a catalog of pictures that he faked taking with me by drugging me? And so she's lying. Look at all these pictures. He already has a bad reputation of being a scumbag. What else? What else? What else? El tipo un puerco, una basura, una asquerosidad. You can decapitate Albert Suarez. You can decapitate Berlin Jean that stays in my home without my permission. That steals my vehicles. That gets in the way of me receiving money. That steals my money. They're so disgusting as I gente. They're embarrassing. They're so gross. You can decapitate Joana Vargas. You can decapitate Margarita Correa. What else? 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 They think that the wetness on my vagina means that I have feelings for them. It doesn't. Vagina scientifically has already been studied for decades with willing participants. And this is why the FBI exists, to protect my wetness of my vagina. They want to laugh at the FBI and at me and be like, even with the FBI president, we raped you. That's the stupidity that they are. What else? 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 If I get scissors on my hair, it'll cut it. What else? What else? What else? So they are like, look at us, we can get away with murder. We killed a person there. We killed even though the FBI says they can get away with murder, right? That's what they want to try. They're trying to gauge how far into raping, violating people's rights they can get into it. What else? What else do you embarrassing? Just because we were Facebook friends doesn't mean that we're friends. My dad warned me decades ago. He said, due to your amnesia, you might run into people that steal from you and that want to rape you, and you're so frightened to call the police that you may just add it on Facebook and gather a list of all those people as you see them, as you run into them. So it's not embarrassing if that's what you network because you mislead to choose as cocaine. Is possibly thinking that those people are already adults and that they could have been networking people on social media with you. You're not one to have friends, Arlene. Very unlikely that you'll have friends based on your personality. What else? What else? What else? So don't feel bad or feel isolated for not like having friends. Ever though you don't exhibit the personality type of being like that lonely person that cries if she doesn't have friends. What else? What else? What else? I'm my own best friend. And I exhibit that all the time. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Millions of people have died because mostly everyone in my family origin is a rapist, murderer, and thief. Starving me on purpose by stealing my money, staying in my homes without my permission, stealing my vehicles, and getting in the way of receiving money. They're trying to rape me, Jane and Kenani. I do these videos as a way to seek people gifting me money as a form of self-care and as a way to connect with the FBI, the Interpol, police, news stations. Sometimes they send valid piece of evidence to some people. They get in the way of an investigation. They say not yet. She needs to remember this other detail so she doesn't kill herself. What else? 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 So basically, I have to tell what's happened to me from my perspective. If I were wrong, they would have rebutted. If that's the word. I don't think I have a right to plead the fifth. I've heard. What else? What else? What else? What else? Those people steal from me and get in the way of receiving money. Because the purpose in their life is to get people to kill themselves, not just me. So if I were in a court of justice and a judge will tell me, well, wait, explain to me, David is not why you raped Arlene, and if he is in a court and I'm very vulnerable there, and he starts saying, well, her siblings want her vagina pictures, they pretend being in relationships with me, and I pretend being in a relationship with them, just to get them that pussy picture so that she finally woman's up and marries me. And doesn't start to that. So like if he started explaining it to me from his perspective, or God forbid I would have saw conversation in private, like I probed as little as I could without being literally to their face like, wow, you're still so embarrassing. So girls, never mind, I'm not talking to any of you ever. So I don't want David has not possibly recorded him raping me. What else? Andrew might possibly invade my privacy, and that's there. Like right now, I'm walking in this hallway where there's a camera, and he's possibly like recording it, trying to intimidate me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? He may have drugged me and had me from a trash can or like very dirty people. Just in retaliation because I never take him out on a date. So to him, I'm a terrible woman that should die. I'm under no obligation to take him out on a date. I have personal goals too that I want to fulfill. So I said to myself decades ago, like I have so many books that I want to read, have places that I want to visit. When I'm just in the mood for it, then I'll date. I have no obligation to date anyone ever. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So if I'm shown those videos of him raping me, maybe with Lorenzo, who's so disgusting, who I only did toddler exploration with, and for a few days, possibly during those orgies, I'm like, ew, no, never mind. Like, I don't like it. I don't want to do this toddler exploration sexuality thing. So he's possibly had them rape me. The Anthony Capisano guy brought people to the suggestion of Madelina Lorenzo. She said, want to know how she would get turned on? As I said, just have Luis Lorenzo, Samuel Munoz rape her, Mifro, and other people. And then she'll run to you in bed, all scared like she's turned on. So instead of taking me on a date or just never talking to me ever, he continues abusing me. What I'm going through right now is extremely abusive. I stitched this last year. It's so beautiful. What else? Ah, there's an ouch! You can decapitate me. So does Lorenzo's sons that raped me this time. I mean, I gotta know where to say money. They are taking this video and showing it to Pablo de las Marías de las Asturias de la basura que recogió y limpió. Ese, mira qué puerco, Arlene, tiene cucaracha en el apartamento. Missy leyenda, Lili limpió su apartamento y tan bella. Mira el chalet de Carolina. Bueno, no es de Carolina, pero es de Arlene. Pero mira Carolina, el chalet de Arlene, qué bella. Porque he wants to find as many people to date. So he steals from me. He's a bigot. He's a misogynist, so gross. So he steals my money, so I don't have money to date. For him to find people to date because he's better than me. El tipo es un puerco, una basura, una asquerosidad. I need money so I can clean my apartment. What else? 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 They don't respect. They're embarrassing. So gross. These are people of adult age raping. So gross. They're an embarrassment. Ew, ew, ew. They would take me hostage and fake a relationship with me, and that I will allow that. They think that I'm gonna allow them faking a relationship with me so that they're not at least exposed, but I'm seeking the death penalty for that. They're disgusting. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? They're so gross. Ew. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. I have a chocolate pudding now eating. What else? What else? What else? I mean, no. Congratulations to Ginny and Arlene Lorenzo Suárez que cogió de rehén a Yandel. Malavé, que asco. He can die for all I care. It would have taken the same effort to call me than to call her, so I don't ever feel bad about someone being stupid to be with a gun bucket. Asquerosidad. just because he wants to as best friends. What else? What else? What else? They forced relationships are so embarrassing. Yeah, she's trying to rape me. She steals from me. She steals permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money. And I thought he was dead. What else? I have no intention of ever taking him out on a date. I'm not opposed to like a one chance thing, but maybe I may kill him before that happens if he's guilty of murdering me. Porque Andrew specifically said decades ago that he would destroy my marriage with Yonder, and that he did. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. What else? What else? What else? What else? Sorry. Que una asquerosidad. And marriage. Doesn't understand relationships. She's stupid and gross, disgusting. Ew, 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 un asco. Ella viola, lleva violando por décadas already. Quien quiere seguir violando aparentemente. As of 2020, trying to rape Jaden Kaylani is what she was. Ew. While begging me to become her bestie. Well, she shows me behind the scenes because they put her in charge of, they put people in charge of that. They're disgusting. They're like, well, who's gonna show her that we've been with Sarah instead of her? All those videos. Don't forget that time that I took Sarah to Cancun. She got naked in the water. That was a good one. Oh, and that restaurant, where was it? That restaurant I'll never take her to. And I took Sarah with Arlene's money. Now that Arlene's starving. Tell her that I took her to that restaurant. So they're like, dale, Jeannie, tú te haces amiga de ella. Y le dices, ¡Ah! Sarah es una mala persona. Entonces Sarah, tú le dices, no, Jeannie, sienta que es más mala que yo. So they plan behind the scenes, possibly, ew, to give me chisme of what each other does with the money that they steal from me, blaming each other. They're sex addicts, they're porn addicts, so gross, they're embarrassing. They're disgusting. They're embarrassing. So girls, I can keep doing this for days if I need to, being live on social media. Not necessarily every day if I'm financially stable or my phone stops working and I need to visit the library. They're pedophiles, they're so gross, they're rapists, murderers, and thieves. They want to inflict pain onto people. They're stupid. They're stupid. They waste so much energy and money on trying to rape me. They're disgusting. They spend so much money and time trying to get me to kill myself. They're disgusting. What else? 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 I'm bored. They think that a body is, I want it, I want it, I want it, I'm gonna get it. And they rape. They're disgusting. Is the FBI gonna show me one day? I ask this occasionally. Hopefully not. Videos of the disgustingness of how they raped me, how they faked relationships with me. by using those videos of how they rape me. No one goes around like, this is my girlfriend. Look at what we did. I'm very much classy. I don't brag about my sex life with nigger to anyone, ever. And I have 2 products of that sex life. Pero I don't ever go around saying, like, mira este video, mira cómo me tocó. If I post that on social media, it's not even for attention. It just may just be an expression of art. What else? 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 They're disgusting. Yeah. Anyways, very unlikely that Chandler will get a date. Possibly laughing at me, be like, I want a date with her. Too. That's why I don't talk to anyone that's not like priority right now for me. Priorities to receive money so that I can live. What That's usually how their day goes. It's like that's a threesome for them. Like listening to me all porque she's in love with David Ledesma. He rapes me and I seek the death penalty for him, so she wants to kill me for no reason. Now I remember her. And they just do come bucketry together. They think they're important. Well, he's like, the wife is lonely. Quémelo, mama. By the way, she received some beautiful shoes from Chanel today to the house. You are a size 6, modéramelo, baby. O le diré a una de tus amigas que me lo modele. And he never runs out of fun. I've heard worse than any syndrome at the time was what my dad called Chandel decades ago. After a date with me, when it's just like right now I don't even have financial stability, that he's caused possibly. But back then, he was like so grateful of my dad que se lo mamaba él. My dad was like, I'm feeling raped, Arlene. You're playing the supportive wife ish or amiga role, if anything. And because I'm the adult with some context and made things happen for him, él me está literalmente violando como si yo fuera la belleza de este planeta, cuando la belleza de este planeta towards him in that room, eres tú. Es bruto. Es bruto. And then he kept attending those orgies where people get raped and my siblings just raped there. They're disgusting. They're like always getting in the way of people's food sources. Not necessarily their crops, but people's money, people's mental health. So he was like, how do I take your daughter out on a date? My dad was like, just by asking her to take her out on a date. So at one point, my dad was like, te jodiste, ata con Chandel. I'm just going to make you seek the death penalty for him. Ya esta basura me cansa. Este maldito lloriqueo de que Arlene no me quiere, mientras 4 babies se lo maman. Once they discovered that trick, they're non-reconciliable, Arlene. Which is why I never seek them. They're like, wow. Yo le digo a la gente que Arlene me maltrata. And they're like, ay, te cocino un platito de comida mañana. Instead of being like, dinner is 6 tomorrow, they don't want to be rejected. So they fake a storyline for decades already, possibly every day. Tienen una invitación diferente de varias gente just for him to feel important, that he's better than Buckingham Palace, turning away people. That's the concept that they want for themselves. They're disgusting. They're disgusting. So I very unlikely he would have to take me hostage, apparently, for me to seek a date with him. Though I'm not opposed to doing a meet or greet one day just for the fun of it, if he has the concert and I pay for the ticket. Why not? Pero it's not me seeking a relationship. I like the music. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm seeking the death penalty for everyone that stays in my homes without my permission, everyone that steals my vehicles, everyone that steals my money, everyone that gets in the way of me receiving money. What else? What else? What else? They're possibly overwhelmed with the amount of people that they meet at orgies and they don't understand time management. So they kill. And there's a lot to kill. That is death penalty worthy. That is worth killing. What is death penalty worthy? What else? What else? What else? What else? So I'm seeking the death penalty for thousands of people on this. ¿Y la boda de Puerto Rico no? What else? Everyone has a prima or a tía que se lo quieren they obsessed with like, oh my god, he's on TV in those concerts. We must meet him. Porque look at how far he's gone to even be on TV. Whoa. It's like to me, oh yeah, because I just locked them in my head. They want me to cry. Algunas quieren que yo les llore y les mame la tota, como ella le hacen a la gente. They wish that I would worship them. They're disgusting. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. Who's giving me money today? I need electricity for my apartment. I want to shop by TV tomorrow. I want to clean my apartment. I want to cook for myself. I want to take myself shopping. I'm not going to fight over a penis that doesn't even want me. Over people, that's what they say that is so much fun. They're like, we wish that she would fight for his penis. Porque obviamente si él está conmigo todo el tiempo es que a mí que me quiere y ella no. So they want me to, instead of being dating healthily, they steal from me thinking that I'm going to get caught in like, I have a crush on that guy. Why do you have him and not me? It's called compatibility. And time management, and some people are dumb. What else? 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 I'm bored. I want to eat a Luna Rosa on Wednesday. I miss dating with Kehlani. I'm appalled that my siblings still want to rape me dating Kehlani even before Jay and Kehlani were born. That's so concerning. They're embarrassing, so gross. They think that I'm gonna be like, ay, bochinchera, ahora que mira anda. Y digo, dale, dígame cómo me hubiesen comido el todo, mamá teta, or spank me. They think that one just becomes responsible to birth. And then it's like, I haven't ever been al garete. I take sex very seriously. What Gloria and Irsa was doing was wonderlust. With me, toddler exploration, everyone turned out to be that I wasn't interested in. So they had me divorce everyone in that room, including Benjamin Suarez and his sons, for if they were trying to turn me into their maid. They got offended, que como un menorito asqueroso. So he said to my dad, well, then I'm going to abuse her. If you think I'm going to abuse her, I'm going to abuse her. Everyone's like, that's an abuser! No self-respecting man will ever turn into abusive just because someone says, don't ever hurt my daughter. They're disgusting. They're embarrassing. They think that they have first dibs of my vagina. Desde que yo tenía como 3 años, and I'm 44 now. Look at all my business ventures that they make me fail on. Trying to rape me, trying to put me in my parents' home in a wheelchair so that they or people rape me, disrespecting my dad now that they've killed my mother, and entering my parents' home. They're embarrassing. They're so gross. They prey on people that are weak and then they destroy people. Sense of safety. I couldn't even take myself to the library when I was a teen of how Benjamin Suarez or the sons that rape me, that steal my money, get in the way of me receiving money, terrorize me. And then he thinks that he is some praiseworthy hero for destroying my life, como si él era Melrose Place or 92. Supposedly, I've never met anyone from LA. Supposedly, but I've been to LA. Supposedly, Gloria Nirsa has Hollywood heritage. So they're like, well, if Arlene doesn't take me on the day and get to know me, yo me la imagino bien 90210. So without getting to know me, he treats me as if I'm very bitchy. My siblings decades ago, they steal my money, they stay in my homes without my permission, they steal my vehicles, never giving them a chance to have gotten to know me. They're like, oh, we're gonna let you get to know her. Well, she's starving, so you realize how sweet she is, and you've been wrong the whole time about her, about thinking that she's bitchy. Para que se maten is what they say. My siblings want them to kill themselves porque then they get more generational wealth. These are my second cousins. So they let my siblings rape them, and they rape my siblings, fighting like cat and mouse over generational wealth. They're disturbing, so gross. I wouldn't ever take this out on a date. It's embarrassing. Look at that. That's not a man. It's making me miss opportunities with men. Today I could have been out on a date with a man instead of reading the stupid email from these disgustingness, most likely. They're embarrassing, so gross. They're embarrassing. When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people. Ideally, polyamorous men, this is what they like. This is what they steal my money for, to provide for. That's just a small sample. I suffer from amnesia, so I had invited them into my home, not realizing why is it that I want to kill them in self-defense, even if my children were present. Like, my children will understand, but why is it that I want to kill them in self-defense? They stay in my homes without my permission. They steal my vehicles. They get in the way of me receiving money. Well, my siblings that are possibly in house arrest, like through the FBI, possibly, just very limited places to visit. Entertain themselves with them, watching them do their own thing. They're cousins of my siblings. Are so gross. They're embarrassing. They're embarrassing. My siblings, on the other hand, well, I don't have money for food. may have taken the risk and said, Andrew, dale, llévame a Paris and let's broadcast that on Snap. They always do that shit. They're embarrassing. They're so gross. Hasta planes de mudarse a España con Ginny and Daliris. They had decades ago once they would starve me on purpose. So I don't get in the way of them having that relationship with Ginny and Daliris. And he thinks that I'm gonna take him out on a date. This bucket seeker asquerosidad said to me that Ginny Jandaliris se tomó mi primer café con él in my home that she doesn't have permission to be in. They're sex addicts, they're porn addicts, they're so gross, they're embarrassing, they're stupid with 2 O's. I don't ever want that near me. They're embarrassing. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. Oh, does he kill himself or he turns himself to authorities? Menorito asqueroso. Porque it's like this. It's like he's possibly messaging me. I think he warned me decades ago of him performing. He definitely warned me decades ago of him performing a hate crime towards me ill for not marrying him Catholic. Or at least discussing that over a date. Full. What else? Just because my parents were married Catholic. So he thinks that that's the progression that I want in my life, like a marriage like my parents. I'm polyamorous by nature, and so are my parents apparently, or maybe no, I don't give a shit at this point. That's not what I'm talking about right now. What else? What else? What else? So at this point, they're like, I heard that they accept defeat because they're like, okay, now she's read a Melanie Drake message. They speak like that behind the scenes as if it's like some godly thing. They're like, well, if she truly remembers that it's you as Melanie Drake and still says that she's seeking the death penalty for you, then we want her to What else? What else? What else? What else? They kill for dick and vagina. They're so gross. They're embarrassing. You can decapitate that bonita that stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of my receiving money, steals my money. You can decapitate Caro Cristina, whatever her last name is. You can decapitate Katie Leon. You can decapitate, what's her name? Monica Pacheco. You can decapitate Yesenia Nieves if she's still alive. She may have faked her death. Or Katie may have. You can decapitate Angela Jobs. You can decapitate Katie Rose Miller. You can decapitate Lindsay Fischler. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. I miss Data. I miss Kenoni. Congratulations to Ginny Jandariri Sorenso Suarez and Benjamin Suarez Sorenso sons on their arranged marriage decades ago. This individual walked up to me decades ago and said, Ginny Jandariri's watch, so did this one. You can't have my dick. I'm like, I wasn't even thinking about it. I never consider you an option to date, is what I wish they would understand. Just because I'm quiet doesn't mean that I'm daydreaming of them ever. Understand that they're inadequate and possibly overbooked. So I'm like, I'm gonna travel and meet people so they steal my money. They're like, no, then that makes us look even more inadequate. No fucking kidding. Mira esto, que asquerosidad. And then people get mad and they're like, he could have come in the 10 minutes that it took him to. But I don't seek that type of supporter because I've already heard it all. You can decapitate Ginny Gentilides Lorenzo Suarez. That stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money, steals my money. To say that she wins, she wins, she wins. Over me, she's disgusting. She's an animal. She's not a human or a woman. She's decades ago, she was crying that he would have a home with me when she's like, but that's my husband. He can have a home with her. I'm the main wife. So they're like, okay, honey, whatever you want. If you want me to kill her, I'll kill her. So that's what they dedicated themselves. They call themselves Genigendalis Sequaces. So they've dedicated themselves for the past, what, 30 years plus to try to kill me. They're embarrassing, so gross. You can decapitate Ginny Gentilides Lorenzo Suárez, que no entiende lo que es ser mujer. Se cree que abrir las patas nada más es ser mujer, una asquerosidad. She's possibly raped me while they drugged me already. I don't want to ever see that. So that's why they were trying to lure me in. They pretend to be a friend. And then they want to show me possibly if I live with Yandel or any other time, they may have drugged me and had Ginny Gentilides rape me. Like, oh, and he raped me once. He put a drug in his mouth. Well, I was in bed with Yandel. I don't know if Yandel wanted him there, but I mean, I felt hostage. So I'm like, I'm not in the mood to kill anyone. I'm in my grandparents' home. I was here for a shindig. I was said to, there's gonna be food there, and your cousins are gonna be there. Just because. So I headed to my grandparents' home, and Jandel was there. And he's like, "Wanna get in the bedroom and have sex?" I'm like, "Sure thing, casual sex." I'm like, in walked in Yolanda, Querosidad, and put her culo to him. And said, "Excuse me, come back." I'm like, if I could have just killed her right there, I would have. Ew. So then she left. I don't even know if he watched it or no, que asco. I'm like, what do I do? Like, I really was here to eat and maybe socialize. So I was just speechless, muda. So in walked this piece of shit, or Albert, is that Andrew? I don't even know their names. I don't want to know. What else? 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 And was like, yay, como cuando Arlene era bebecita y Yandel y yo y ella estábamos juntos. I'm like, I don't consider you a part of my life. So I'm like nodding and shaking my head at the same time. And he's like, one day you're gonna be with Yandel y yo voy a meter en tu casa y me voy a quedar contigo toda la noche. And then he put in a drug in his mouth and drugged me. I don't know if that's how he drugged me. Maybe like that's not my shit. He could have injected me with someone. I didn't notice it. Or I fainted of how stupid he is. Maybe I was, oh, is that it? Does one do that? Tell the body, like, I just want to die. I don't want to be around this. So his last words to me while he was laughing that he was gonna drug me was like, we're heading to see Kambaka Genie Jandaliris. And I'm like, no. So she possibly raped me. Oh. He put his penis in me once and then went straight to her home so she would lick it. I'm not obligated to taking them until a date. I know that I'm an excellent woman. He doesn't understand orgies or sexual exploration, so he thinks that I'm facilita because my parents had me doing like in orgies for people were of all ages. Full. It's like my perspective of life now is about me. What matters? He's already killed Gloria and he's so gross. I woke up from being drunk and he was laughing that Evelyn had her total culo on my face. They're disgusting. They're worse than animals. Ew, 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 ew. They're so gross. They're just lazy and time wasters. They're disgusting. You can decapitate Junijan Daliris Lorenzo Suarez. You can decapitate Evelyn Lorenzo Savedo. You can decapitate Yolanda Suarez Lorenzo. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's sons that raped me, that steal my money, that get in the way of me receiving money. You can decapitate Yandel Malave if he stays in my homes without my permission, steals my property, steals my money, gets in the way of me receiving money, or steals my vehicles. They think they have first dibs of my vagina. They've caused for Jada and Kaylani to be separated from me. They're stupid. Ew, ew, ew. Qué asco. In the meantime, when I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people, ideally polyamorous men. Excited about that. What else? What else? He does what the wife asks him to do. So Yesenia Ramirez Lorenzo possibly raped me while he drugged me. Ew, que asco. I had a lot of people on Facebook. That doesn't mean that we're friends. I'm killing them in self-defense for stealing from me from Jada and Kehlani. What else they're possibly trying to rape me and Jada and Kehlani for? They're embarrassing, so gross. Ew, 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 ew. And they've already said it to me decades ago. We know your place in the planet, that you're a huge influencer, so we're gonna literally beat you up emotionally and physically from far away by starving you, by stealing your money, so that no one thinks that people can be happy in this planet. They don't understand influencing either. They don't understand any concept. What? It's just literally like a show, so gross. Ew, 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 ew. I'm bored. I am bored. Sending my GoFundMe campaign to people. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What else? They're trying to destroy Jander's career after for 30 years they've been sucking his titties. They're embarrassing. They're so gross. Pero that's why he chose to suck dick with. So I don't ever get involved in that. I wouldn't ever, and I don't want to. They want fame of being like, where he sucks Jander's titties. I've never seen it, so I can't attest to that either. They think that I'm gonna show videos of them and give them fame. They're disgusting. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. My siblings literally steal my money and abuse me, trying to get me to think that men are bad. and not worthy to date, trying to rape me and being like, "You're safe with us." They're stupid. They don't know how to gauge intelligence. They're embarrassing. They're trying to cause me Alzheimer or some illness while being in a wheelchair for them to bathe me. They're embarrassing. That's how my sibling Evelyn was raping Gloria and Irsa for at least a decade. Yeah. They caused her to be in a wheelchair, never helped her recover from her stroke, to be undressing her and helping her in the restroom. To see her naked. They're embarrassing, so gross. Ew, they're worse than animals. Disgusting. Ew, ew, ew. You can decapitate Oliver Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Marilyn Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Maria Angelis Aviles Lorenzo. Then went on to lose my virginity for me with Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo Sons and I Love. You can decapitate Daniel Lorenzo Chaparro. They went on to lose my virginity for me with Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo Sons and I Love. I'm never pursuing them. They know that already, so they're trying to kill me. They're embarrassing. Ew, 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 ew. They're so gross. They're snoopers. They're stalkers. For so disgusting. For disgusting. I had these tacos this morning. There was egg hams. I think it was some sort of sausage and potatoes and tortillas on a plate today. How is it that I'm wearing a dress from Guess from Target? I don't know what I was wearing that day. I don't know what I was wearing that day. A Madewell top and not on money for food. What else? What else? What else? What else? They're stupid. They're stupid. They want to imply that I'm a shopaholic. Those get throw more money on them, girl, until you get rid of your shopaholic problem. And hopefully it's in your lifetime. If not, we keep throwing money at shopaholic. Even drug addict, alcoholic gets money all the time. They're disgusting. They want to be like, eso fue porque gastó todo el dinero en tinte. They get jealous because they didn't touch that hair. Hopefully, or did they break into my apartment and rape me there too? What else? What else? What else? What else? They're disgusting. They possibly installed cameras without my permission at Legends at Kitty Hawk and saw Jaden County naked. Or me naked. The FBI will know that. I don't need to go on to find out. They infiltrate females into one's life as if one will be like, these are my new besties. I'm gonna tell them everything. I'm like, Con, Katie Leo, mátate already. David Ledesma's raping me. And I don't like it. Porque deep down, my subconscious was like, this is this stupid little disgustingness fault. They're embarrassing. They're so gross. They don't even love each other. They're embarrassing. They're embarrassing. In the meantime, I want to visit Jake and Lonnie in Tampa next week. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm born. What else? I'm born. bored. Congratulations to Ginny and Arlene Lorenzo Suarez and Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's sons and their arranged marriage decades ago. They're disgusting. They're embarrassing. They pick whoever is there every day, no matter how gross it is. Full. And then they cry literally over one porque right now I'm not talking to them. Hopefully they got over that shit. But literally they're like crying. They're like, oh, the girl that got away, full. And I'm just here with available and wants me dead or in jail. What else? What else? Hoping that one becomes into, well, okay, I'll join them. Ew, never. They're embarrassing. What else? They want permission to move on with like un bucket asquerosidad que hace pasar por mí, que me ha robado dinero, que me ha hecho pasar hambre, que me ha hecho llorar porque Jaden y Kehlani han sido separados de mí. And now they'll go on to make it official and marry each other and be like, we were eating together the whole time, guys. We were just like so confused and overwhelmed. They're disgusting. What else? I'm bored. When do I fall asleep? I plan to visit the Guadalupe Shrine Church tomorrow. What else? If I don't have money. What else? They tried to traffic David Ledesma, taking me hostage, and or Cyrus Peña to give me a Mexican marriage where he would beat me up. And he thinks that I'm gonna take him out on a date. Is disgusting. Esa asquerosidad decades ago was like, your husband takes me on the best dates with your money. And he's so good in bed. When you're no lo que te pierdes con él. That was more than 20 years ago. Y ellos se creen que yo los voy a sacar en cita. Él se cree que yo lo voy a sacar en cita alguna vez. Nunca. They're disgusting. They're embarrassing. They're so gross. You can decapitate Jennifer Bonilla that stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money, and steals my money. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of me receiving money, that steal my personal homes and my personal vehicles. They're disgusting. They're sex addicts. They're drug addicts, apparently. They're porn addicts, so disgusting, so they don't ever want to run out of money. So they steal, they rape, they murder. They're disgusting. Ew, so gross. Full. I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. Esto sigue. What else? Follower, possibly. I'm bored. When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel, plan to meet people, ideally polyamorous men. I'm excited about that. What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. Who's gifting me money? You can decapitate my siblings like go on suggesting that a comeback it becomes my accountant. They're like, don't give her money to her GoFundMe campaign yet. Angela Jobs is gonna wear a suit that I'm gonna pay for all her bills with Arlene's money, and then she's gonna tell Joanna Vargas what Arlene does with her money, and then I'm gonna send Joanna to every man that Arlene dates and says, I'm married, I'm married, I'm married, I'm married. Wow! You can decapitate Evelyn Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate María Lorenzo Acevedo. They're disgusting. You can decapitate Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo. You can decapitate Angela Jabs, que es un asco, una basura, una asquerosidad. You can decapitate Joanna Vargas, que es una puerca asquerosa trying to rape me. They're disgusting. They're trying to infiltrate my life with Ike formal positions where I would hire them for them to play behind the scenes that they're being dominated by me or not. They're embarrassing. They're so gross. They're stupid. They're stupid. You can decapitate Benjamin Soros and sons that make me. That steal my money and then get in the way of me receiving money. I'm bored. I'm bored. Did I already send this or not? What else? This is so cute. When I'm financially stable, I plan to job, planning to find a this dog or not. Should I exit the building sooner? You know. He thought that I was gonna invite him. Oh, ya lo cogen de pendejo. They're like, "It's for me to keep that dick. Dale, 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 no le des dinero que she's gonna invite you to a sleepover. Y ellos le creen. They're very gullible, very stupid. They're still obsessed with me, disgusting. They don't understand patience ever. And then if I would ever even have an arranged marriage or dedicated some time of my life to this dick at any point in my life, then it needs to be on my terms, not like ellos supuestamente se iban a dormir, at least two of them or three, rolling in bed, daydreaming of the day that they would be marrying me. I heard. Like, wow, out of all these cum buckets, there, I'm not like the only one. Possibly my family of origin that has achieved adulthood, but they're like the one that is a woman is into me. So they're like, I want it now, I want it now, I want it now, but like beating me up physically and emotionally. They can't get it that way. I'm like, no, 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 then you're not worthy of my time. Sorry. So they want to kill me. They're embarrassing, so gross. Ew, ew, ew. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. What else? What else? They think that I'm gonna cry to them privately and be like, but I don't have electricity, I have bread, That's when they get naked, they disgustingly try to rape one. I've heard they've already raped me when he hugged me. Ew. Oh, I mean, I'm careful around my drink, but do they go on? Did they drug me at any point that I was in an outing with them? I may not know, like, I'm just pondering. But this is specifically why I wouldn't ever take them on a date. I don't want to be wondering that. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. One person's watching, two, like this was 0 people are watching, two, like this was. I'm bored. They can decapitate everyone that stays in my homes without my permission, steals my money, gets in the way of me receiving money, steals my vehicles, have cars stating they don't need to be separated from me. I'm gonna keep doing this for days if I have to. Seeking the death penalty for the people that steal from me. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. When I finish this day, we plan to travel around and meet people ideally for the hours. I'm bored. Anyway, those are this too. Another person or two. I'm in my video, possibly sleeping. If I don't have money for food tomorrow, I'm heading over to that Guadalupe Shrine Church. He thinks that I'm gonna kill myself. He steals from me, and then he said to me that he's gonna turn me into a worshiper of fashion. He thinks that I'm gonna take him out on a date. He's stupid. He's so disgusting. Ew, 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 una basura, una asquerosidad. An embarrassment. ¿En cuántos cruceros ha ido con dinero que me roba? And I haven't even taken myself on a cruise alone just yet. Porque at 16, my dad didn't want to give me power of attorney so I could travel alone, fearing that he'll kill me at a cruise. They don't know. They lack impulse control. They don't know self-control. They kill, they rape, and they steal. They move into one's personal property without respect. He's trying to find out who's the most powerful one. Instead of living life, he's embarrassing. So they acquire groupies that will break the law with them. I'm like, I don't give a shit who's the most powerful. Like, I could be queen of fucking Portugal. Like, for real, there were gonna be a queen. And that doesn't make me want to break the law ever. Ew, ew, ew. Plus, I don't mix play pretend with real life either. They're embarrassing, so gross. They're embarrassing, so gross. They're disgusting. You can decapitate me. How many Suarez or assistants that make me to steal my money, that get in the way of me receiving money? I don't ever want them around me. This leech said to me decades ago that he would ruin my marriage with Yandel, and that he did. They're disgusting. Y creo que Yandel llora a veces. Decades ago to my dad that with this leech around, with David Ledesma around, with Sarah Francis around, he wouldn't be able to date me because they're so aggressive, so gross, so stupid that he didn't want to put in the effort. You can decapitate Sarah Francis, you can decapitate David Ledesma that raped me in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez or his sons that raped me, that steal my money, that get in the way of me receiving money. You can decapitate Yandel Malavé Salazar, if that's his name. If he steals from me, stays in my home without my permission, steals my vehicles, or gets in the way of me receiving money. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Some sending microphone campaign to at least a person or two. In addition of more sent it already too. So Piper Roquel possibly today gets raped by these leeches. This is why I'm seeking the death penalty for Jennifer Bonilla, for Carla Cristina, whatever. For Katie Leon, Monica Pacheco, Lisa Nieves, if she's still alive. Katie Miller, Angela Jobs, Lindsay Fischler, they go on and they invade one's privacy. It's like one is hostage with some freedom, and then they go, but Piper Rocco. I'm Arlene's accountant here, collect your money. And people are like, where did these chimps come out? Why are they associating themselves with royalty that even though I don't like them? Like, Arlene, they can only never bother me. But they feel taken hostage by chimps, possibly. So that's why it takes a while for people to give me money. And people want me to remember that this comeback, the comeback seeker has drugged me, and this one had me eat shit once in my own home. Stuck my head in a toilet and bragged that Ginny Jandaliri was staying in my home with him. And sending him videos of her masturbating and so. Well, I was all scared and terrorized of him. He's a terrorist. They're disgusting. You can decapitate Ginny Jandaliri Sarasasaurus that doesn't have permission to be in my home. You can decapitate whatever that's his name. I don't give a rat's ass about him ever. This isn't something that I will ever be pursuing. Hopefully they get that already decades ago and not just right now. They're a waste of time. They're an embarrassment. I don't ever want that near me. What else? What else? What else? What else? They pick who they want to be with. And it's these scumbuckets, leeches, asquerosidad. I wouldn't ever interrupt that with asking them out on a date. To me, that dick is very overwhelmed, extremely overextended, with so many options that I don't ever want it near me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. It doesn't understand family relationships to disrespect Jada and Kehlani without even knowing them. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez and his sons that rape me, that steal my money, and get in the way of me receiving money. I think their names are Andrew, Alberto, Alex. Could be Alexander. I don't care. What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Those are Marilyn's husbands, Evelyn's husbands, Jennifer's husbands, Jennifer Vasquez's husbands, Jennifer Bonilla's husbands, Angela Jobs' husbands, Katie Leon's husbands. Who else? I had amnesia, so I'm like, why isn't they want to kill them in self-defense? They stay in my homes, they confess, being illegal prostitutes, so disgusting. He introduced me to every cum bucket that he had, hoping that when I would see it, I would call him and get raped by him. You think he's smart, he isn't. He wants to try to cause me to have Alzheimer's to rape me, or show me possibly pictures he's possibly drugged me, had me like all pretty at a restaurant, fake a date with me or two, and wants to show me an album and be like, but don't you remember you and I were together? Huh? ¿Qué novela fue que vieron eso? They'll be able to call the telenovela. De verdad, eso lo vimos en la telenovela de Rosa el Salvaje cuando mariquita de la pedosa de la esta. Le dijo a Fernando del Castillo de Moco. No te recuerdas de las citas que te llevé. Entonces ella dijo, sí, sí, sí. Y volvió con él. Wow, eso es lo que tenemos que hacer con Arlene. Oh, that's how they speak. They steal my money, they get in the way of me receiving money, they steal my vehicles, and then they go on saying, eso es lo que tenemos que hacer con Arlene. Darle Alzheimer's y después hacer como mariquita de la piadosa, de los mocos, de la basura, de la asquerosidad. Le dijo a Fernando del Castillo los mocos de la basura, de la asquerosidad, porque ya se casaron. Sí, 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 vamos a estar juntos. Luego de que le enseñó un álbum de citas con él. Pero tendré aquí que vamos a hacer con J.D. y Lonnie. So they confer behind the scenes very grossly while they steal my money, while they cause me starvation. They thought I was faking being poor just to put them in jail. That's what they tell themselves because they're so basura, so disgusting that their wishful thinking isn't admissible in court. They're disgusting. So they're like, wait, we need to make her forget the children, guys, that we're used to being. Become such best friends. We're gonna fly her out with her own money, her own private plane. She might even remember it. Y ella como una buena bruta, like, I'm here living this private plane. Y ella will be like, nena, tuyo anytime. Possibly in camera so that she doesn't, y que so that the FBI doesn't know how stupid they are. They think that they can bypass that. They want the FBI in their homes every day. Nannying them, I've heard. Stupid they are. So they would have had Evelyn de Jesus flying me out in my private plane, Angela Jobs being my nail girl because nothing says Filipino like By I would have had like 3 fake husbands that would have been people that are raping me on behalf of them. La otra me iba a llevar a Cancún todos los meses. They're like, girl, you're so happy with us. You don't have time for your kids. Be a bad mother like us, join us. Yes! What else? 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 So they're possibly threatening to kill them for not making me forget Jade and Kehlani. What else? Porque behind the scenes, I've seen all the telenovelas, how Clarita de la Lupe, de la otra, mamó más que yo, tanto y le dieron tanto dinero, le causó a graffiti de los neon, de los tenis blancos. Kill themselves for abusing me, Jade and Kehlani. Le causó tanta amnesia by booking her time so much que se le olvidó que tenía hijos, no le gustó regresar a su hijo o su hija. They think, no. So they watch thinking they're gonna be like, so Jennifer, like on fecha ahora, on this day was with Andrew. Con el dinero que Andrew roba. So they hate it. That they've wasted literally more than 20 years of their life raping each other to try to get me to kill myself while recording themselves by taking pictures. Some of them may be crying, I could have been a good mother at that time. And I'm here saying, I've been around people que dan they're like, I was hoping to hear my name con fecha, hora, fotos de cuando yo le robé a ella and I deceived her. Ew. So yeah, they think that I'm María Luz de las Claritas del Fan que tomaba agua. con Leonardo DiCaprio de la luz. Que se olvidó de su hijo y de su hija. Para irse con un hombre a París. Entonces they want to introduce them to me like in a suit, very businessman, like possibly in Paris. So I don't remember him being Hawaii Chiquito raping me. They're like, ¿y si hacemos un... What is that película? I love Face Off. I love John Travolta and Nick... What is it? Nick whatever on Face Off. So they've considered that for decades. They're like, ¿y si hacemos un Face Off? In the meantime, what else? What else? What else? So I need money for food. I need money for me to provide for myself to Kehlani. My health has significantly declined in the past 15 years. He wants to compare medical records, and they're like, they're not existing. I've never been to the doctor like you. I'm just a fucking nena. Tú eres la esposa y ella todo día. They're disgusting. That's annoying. There's a fire alarm. That's being so annoying right now. So this is my situation, and they're like conferring behind the scenes with other people. So should we do a face-off? I have a plastic surgeon that's willing to do it, but how do we get consent from the kids to change her face? Whose face would we change it to? They think I'm Frankenstein. They're disgusting. Anyways, I'm bored. There's possibly people have voted that I'm the only Lorenzo. It's like, wow, these people don't have family. For real, these three don't have any family. It's like, is she like the only Lorenzo and the only Acevedo on the planet? I've heard, I don't do that. It's boost moral for myself dating Kehlani. I've heard. Ay, what is on? And that's what else? What else? What else? Fuck my life. say someone? Andrew. Ew, he trafficked me into a homeless shelter mientras él se la mama Chini Chandaliri en mi casa que me roba. And he said, I'm gonna take him out on a date. He's disgusting. He just wants Chini Chandaliris to laugh at me. Or Joanna Vargas. That's of course. I know me. What else? What else? What else? Oh. So bad word that I find it. Oh. Who's giving me money? I wish I had a vehicle. I would go for a drive and get some food for myself. Except to the Anthony Abisano guy that's not authorized, but Gloria Anderson didn't drive a vehicle. So I shouldn't be even out of my apartment right now. Or he's gonna spank me like a disgusting slut. Does he still speak about me that way? I never think about it. He's embarrassing. Ew, they're not obsessed with me creepy still, no? That sounds like a lot. Oh no, it's down the stairs. Just, what? I'm bored. What point do I call the firefighters? I don't know. What else did I do from trigger? I wish I could stay in a hotel tonight. What? I'm bored. I'm bored. You can decapitate. Then if someone else got it, that's why rape me. Ew, they're disgusting. So Andrea drugged me and all those people raped me. And then I've been around those people. And he's been faking that I have a relationship with them. It's such a waste of time. They're disgusting. Ew, 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 ew. I thought that I would post the videos and be like, look at what you did when you raped me. Do people go and say, Andrew who? Huh? I've heard. It's like he has no power. He's a terrorist. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, is that what they say about me? They're like, if she doesn't have electricity, but she couldn't be. Posting our pictures on social media. So Liza Ramos was gonna say if she doesn't have electricity, she's a terrorist. Like, okay, no, we've heard. Or those Alibaba people. Or those people, where is it? In, what is it? Iran. That they moved to the United States and then they don't have electricity. You mean a person that hasn't cashed? exchange their currency that they brought from Iran into US dollars. Doesn't have PayPal back then to set up some sort of Western Union to get their electricity connected. Like I've heard that happens to foreign travelers sometimes if they haven't exchanged their currency or before PayPal existed. That they would go for a few days without electricity. Well, transferring money, sometimes they would get a job for a few days. Well, they're like, where's the currency exchange? Or which bank to make? I don't want to be in my apartment. Without electricity, so they're at work and they're like, dude, I still haven't exchanged my money. So I'm here working while I figure out which bank. You think that one? I thought this other one. Maybe I'll get that done tomorrow. And they're like, "Where did the Iranian guy go? He was just here for a week." It's like he was getting the air conditioning. To have the mental clarity of picking which bank to exchange his money at. For him to get electricity hooked up in his apartment and then live life. No one ever had that job saw the Iranian guy after a week. For some people, it's really hard to make decisions under like not having electricity or having air conditioner or not having a heater. So they pick up a quick job. So then he gets labeled, remember the terrorist by the bigots. Or a dumb joke I've heard. Remember the terrorist that was here, or sarcasm? People gauge character. The terrorist that was here for a week, just getting air conditioner for him to make a decision of which bank for him to exchange his money. You think he got cable? He said electricity. Did anyone ask him if he would get cable? You still talk to him? No way. He cooks? Those that we ate the other day here? He sent us that? No way. He opened it. No, that high-end. Say he's a terrorist. I've already been taken out of it does. Terrorist. Restaurants are those terrorists. And why does it have a restaurant? Chill, it's just a joke. So there was a guy here that didn't have electricity in an apartment. He had just moved to the United States. So he worked here for like a week just using the air conditioner to make the decision of which bank to attend to exchange his money at. And cafes with electricity connected in the apartment. I was here wondering if he had cable, so it still is connected to that person. He sent us money, and it turns out that it's from the same restaurant, though they don't have that dish on the menu. Because I checked. That is really high-end, so pretty. I've already been taking on 3 days. So lovely. Next time, he might not even remember my name. So embarrassing. Should I send him a thank you note through you or not? Anyways, just say thank you. I may write a review on Yelp. That he's so lovely. What else? You can decapitate Sarah Woolsey. She's disgusting. She's a rapist, murderer, and thief. So, girls, she had kids just to do a joke on me that I didn't participate in. She invited me into my. She invited me into her home. Well, I don't have money. Well, Jane came on here with me, hoping that I would ask to visit the inside of her home to wash my hands. So she served barbecue on the outside. I left without washing my hands. It's not a faux pas if one doesn't want to enter the home and they were sticky. And my barbecue sauce, don't for like as a massage. And then as soon as I got to where I was staying, I washed my hands. So she thought that I would ask her to wash my hands and say to me, well, is it Alex was there? She named her kid Charlotte, supuestamente, after me. She would have said, oh, that's Charlotte's boyfriend watching TV there, as she would be directing me to a half bath or a restroom for me to wash my hands. So I missed out on that on purpose. My brain said, don't ask her to walk in to wash your hands. They're going to make you cry over this thing. And you don't want to cry over stupid. You can decapitate me having sons that rape me. That's the only money they get in the way of receiving. Bill was so appalled. He tried to wipe me up in front of her decades ago. He's like, you're that dumb, Arlene. I'm like, what you're going through is normal, you poor thing. I didn't touch him. But has he raped me too? If they drugged me, possibly. So that was about a meeting about social media. And I just ignore him. He's like, with that demeanor, Andrew. Was that Andrew? The tall one. She's never gonna go on to find out what it is that you guys do with the money that you steal from her. You're wasting time doing that. I was, 19 back then? 17? They're disgusting. They're sex addicts. It's so gross. They think that Facebook is to hook up. Not even Tinder. So disgusting. Did I get labeled like worst face? And now his friends with her come buckets of asquerosidad, trying to rape her, and she's trying to be like, guys, stop it. Like, not only I myself, now I have 2 kids that I need to sustain. Oh, do they cry because they're entire time just married to him? ¿Cuántas veces se lo metió entonces? So yo, ¿por cuántos años estuve lloriqueando de que Arlene está casada con Edgar? Sí, me las vas a pagar. Yo te voy a aceptar el friend request y voy a estar aquí sabiendo que tú estás casada con él y hasta, mira, has tenido hijos con él, pero un día yo te voy a estar enseñando what I do behind the scenes para joderte el resto de tus otros matrimonios. De verdad. They're embarrassing. Jimmy Zendaliz ha ganado by having the most beautiful marriage in this planet, she thinks. She thinks she's polyamorous. She's disgusting. She takes hostages. She kills people to rape. She's disgusting. In pictures, wow, me imagino ella con Jandel, con Albert, en video bailando. En citas, en yates, en montañas, en nieve, en basura, even maybe for. Porque isn't that what married people do? La limo, el helicóptero, el avión privado, todo lo que me roban, se lo dan a ella porque she's very willing. She never says no. She's never tired. She's always shown up for every birthday of them. She remembers their names. She's very dedicated to them. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So she thinks that I'm gonna go on to find out and snoop like she does about my life. I'm not even the FBI. The FBI may be like, we just register in the moment as it's happening. Like Arlene's plane landed on some place where Arlene isn't using it. Because there's a video camera that just showed her entering Target or MacDill Air Force Base. It got registered. Oh, so there's that. Like those scannable military ID cards. That's why it works for. I enter a base and it gets scanned. And they're like, on this day, Arlene's plane wasn't where it needs to be at. It was some comeback curiosidad using it, raping people and trying to rape Arlene later on. They think they're gonna win having the best life. What competition is this? Cuando yo me muera, yo no voy a recordar nada. What else? What else? What else? They're disgusting. They don't understand LA. They're doing Melrose Place 9210. Very disgustingly full. They're embarrassing, but in pictures, I imagine Gigi Giannalittis has the most beautiful marriages, and in videos, wow. They live for the photo op. They want to be models. They want to be influencers. They want to be socialites. What else? They're barenderos y barenderas sin escoba que se roban la escoba. Dan un asco. So I'm not gonna go on to see that because that's not my marriage. They pay her to misrepresent herself and pretend to be me. She enjoys doing that because she thinks that I suffer. At the thought of him being with her, I'm like, who? Huh? There's how many millions of men in the planet that I could be dating? I'm not gonna fight over a menorito asqueroso que no sabe ser hombre. Ever. Ew, 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 ew. Esos tipos dan asco. You can decapitate him del Malabe if he stays in my home, so don't my permission. Steals my vehicles, gets in the way of your seeing when he pays people to pretend to be me. Supposedly Sarah was a win because she didn't. She uses birth control and I didn't want to, but supposedly Andrew was coercing him into that. And Albert caused Edgar to rape Katie. Ew. But we're not financially stable. Removing that nose from there so I can date even if I'm here. You can decapitate everyone that steals from me that gets in the way of your same money. So that I have roaches in my apartment. What else? What else? What else? What else? Ginny Dandalides goes on to every man that she's raped and says, don't date this slob. Look at that. Uy, my prima's a slob. What else? What else? What else? What else? There's something else. Yeah. You can decapitate his son's half brother that raped me when I was 3. That when I was what, like 15. He probably raped me when I was like 14. What else? What else? What else? Did a whole drama that if I didn't have sex with him, he would kill himself. Ew, I have disgusting. What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. Anyways, when I was like 15, oh, they want to compare. Do they recite all at the same time? I heard. They're like, these girls have been penthouse ready before. They're after my parents' home and the view. I love this view. Some penthouses have a view like this, and that's not near the mountains and water. So as I say, at 15 he raped me. They're like, at 15 he took me to the beach. At 15 he took me to Hollywood. At 15 he took me to a nightclub. At 15 he took me shopping. So that I would kill myself. So they're waiting for me behind the scenes to tell me what he did to them at 15 instead of raping me. He pays them so that when I say he raped me, he just needs one rape charge because to die. So he goes, I'm on it. I'll give you 10. He thinks that if I say he raped me at 15, 20 people say, well, he took me to the beach at 15. He took me to buy a house at 15. That eliminates him having raped me. He's stupid, so gross, embarrassing. Ellos se creen que yo lloro por una cita con ellos. Esos tipos son la gente más puerca. Esos son las tipas más puercas. Es como si nunca se cambiaran el cótex, people dice. Así dan un asco. Es como si nunca se cambiaran el cótex, people say about them. They're disgusting. What else? Who's gifting me money today? If they at one point they're gonna confess, I've heard, to the police or even publicly that they've raped me, both females and males, or if they've raped Jaden Kanani for. But I'm seeking the death penalty for anyone that has possibly raped Jaden Kanani. What else? Porque people are like, well, if that's your people start questioning and say, if that's your girlfriend, Arlene, why you still haven't like contributed to this? Like, what's your issue? And they're like, I'm poor. So they want to show me, they want to be like, tú hiciste esto en el 22 de octubre. Ya va diciembre, ya Jennifer le habían regalado $1 billion. Porque we all start saying, we're just poor. That's why we can't give her money. Yes, we're significant others of hers, but we're poor. And they extort people out of money of her. They're embarrassing. They're so gross. They haven't matured to men and women. They're disgusting. And these are people of adult age. They're disgusting. Ew. I'm bored. When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people ideally polyamorous men. I'm bored. They want to mock me behind the scenes that I'm begging for food. One does this. It's like I don't have any money and they leeches steal from me. What can I do? that shows that I need money. It's like, you've been in my home, you know that I need to at least replace a couch. I've been out at a restaurant with you, so you know that I need at least a meal every day, every few hours of the day. And they want to go around saying, I'm a better cash than her, I'm killing her. About me, about Jane and Nani, they're disgusting. They're embarrassing, so gross. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. They're trying to kill people. They're so disgusting. What else? I'm bored. I like breadfruit. What else? 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 That's what they live for. What else? 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 I'm bored. What else? I'm bored. I'm waiting for the fire alarm to not bother me for a while, at least to sleep. For real. He's enlisted so many bullies. So gross. He's fake how many accounts. Trying to get me to cry because I didn't have a set of grandparents while growing up. That's what she does. They're embarrassing. Ew, ew, ew. The alternative to that is that one says, oh no, my grandparents are dead, but they left me 3 bottling companies, a chocolate factory, 3 broken bras that are worth like trillions to some, but can still functional and not repairable to some. I could stitch them over it, very pretty. Maybe I'll do that if I'm bored. What else? What else? What else? What else? They left me stocks in Gap. So to them, they rape, they steal from one because they're like, you either cry because you didn't have a set of grandparents while growing up, or you tell me what it is that you inherited from them so that I can make you feel important. They're disgusting. Ese no es el novio de ella, supuestamente. Esa tipa una cuero asquerosa. After my vagina picture. Ew, ew, ew. I never think about them. They think that when I'm there, I'm like, maybe David Ledesma un día se la mamó y estoy celosa. Hence why I don't talk to them privately ever. I've been online for 5 years straight now, seeking that people give me money, and I wouldn't ever talk to these scumbuckets, leeches, asquerosidad. Not even if my life depends on it to sustain myself. They're extremely dangerous. They're terrorists. They're extremists. They rape, they kill, they murder. Then they record themselves having sex. They fake dates, and then they want to say, well, he raped you. He took me to Disney World. Well, he raped you. He took me to Disneyland. Well, he raped you. He took me shopping. And it's all with money that they steal from me, that they get in my homes, that they enter without my permission. They think that I'm going to beg them for marriage, for sex, because I don't have dollars. They're stupid. They're stupid. stupid. They think that their next progression is raping Jada and Kehlani if I don't succumb to the abuse from them. You can decapitate David Ledesma, you can decapitate Angela Jabs, you can decapitate Katie Rose Miller, you can decapitate Lindsay Fishner, you can decapitate Jennifer Bonilla, you can decapitate Katie Leon, you can decapitate Caro Cristina, whatever her last name is, you can decapitate Monica Pacheco, you can decapitate Lisenia Nieves. If she is still alive, they're disgusting. They confer behind the scenes, raping, murder, and stealing until they get the next bite. Someone new that they've met. They're like, so I just joined this gym, and this is Charles that goes to the gym, guys. They're like, oh my God, Charles everywhere. He's so And then 5 months later, they're like, I haven't seen Charles, and I'm the one who introduced him to you. I'm gonna hurt you for stealing Charles from me. Why is it that I haven't called Charles yet? Oh, then they're that stupid. People are like, if you would just call Charles, he may take you out. And they're literally been conferring in group chats that they do that. I witnessed people doing that decades ago. So that's why I don't talk to these bucket leeches asquerosidades. They're like, no, nena, pero sé que la semana pasada estuvo en cabo con esta. El mes pasado estuvo con todas mis primas. El día después estuvo con David Ledesma. La semana anterior estuvo con Ginny Tendaliris. El día estuvo con Marilyn. Y ahora con Evelyn de Jesús, ¿qué carajo le voy a enviar un mensaje a Charles? Gente, get off of Charles, que yo lo conocí primero. Le quitan a veces el teléfono and they're like, here, I got you, Diego Charles. No way! You can decapitate everyone that steals from me, everyone that gets in the way of me receiving money, everyone that steals my money, everyone that steals my vehicles. They're disgusting. I'm bored. Este tipo es un bruto. People ask if he's Mongolian. I don't know what that means. Like, lose from el manicomio que no entiende nada bueno. Decades ago. I never think about him ever. Ew. Well, these leeches come buckets were possibly thinking, well, they wait until David sees Arlene in San Antonio. Huh? Who? It took me years to remember that this is the leech that I met in Puerto Rico decades ago. So gross, so embarrassing. Ew. I filed a police report against him a few days ago. What else? You can decapitate, is it, Andrew? Asquerosidad basura. Que se cree que es mi esposo que tiene que autorizar anyone que goes in my vagina. There's no such thing as that. Well, he goes on getting his penis whatever was that Albert. Porque que se parecen, but they're like a few years apart. What else? What else? I'm bored. They possibly don't remember me. My siblings have a habit of doing that. They rape them so badly that then they like erase any memory of me to just on purpose later say, oh, te recuerdas de mi hermana chiquita. Ahora es pobre, yo no. Hoping that he'll kill me as like, oh my God, that's embarrassing that there's someone poor in this family. They're always looking for a scapegoat that will kill me. They're disgusting. Ew, I don't ever want that near me. What else? 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 I'm bored. Anyways, congratulations to Gina Gonzalez Lorenzo Suarez and Benjamin Suarez Lorenzo's sons on their arranged marriage decades ago. She's trying to kill us all, so she's the only woman standing, and she's not even a woman. With them, with Yandel, with Edgar, with anyone that I would like. So she's possibly desperate behind the scenes, like a drug addict, trying to find out who it is that I've dated through not Facebook, through Tinder or Bumble, and that's something that I need to keep to myself. Just like I keep to myself cuando me tiro feo. Y accidentalmente me lo muero. Everyone in the planet can relate to. It's like, unless there's someone out there that says I've never farted, like wow, like for real. What else? I've heard some people that say that. They're finding out who it is that I've dated to rape them to be like, I'm better Arlene, right? I'm better Arlene. And he thinks that I'm gonna take him out on a date. Fuck, qué asco, es una basura, es un hombre. Ew, that steals from me so I can date. This took me hostage decades ago. In my bedroom, steals my money so I can date him. And then said, when you have sex for the first time, it's gonna be me. Oh, he's like, I had a lovely day last week. I just got back from a cruise. What else did I do? I'm like, muérete ya. You're never gonna get my body. So he's possibly raped me, drugged me. Does he walk? Is he that creepy? Unlocks this apartment and I go missing overnight and then it's all over Snapchat. And the next morning I'm live on YouTube. I'm like, hey guys, so I had a lovely sleep. And people are like, no, you did it for 3 hours. You were awake in a Lambo all over I-35 with him while you were naked in the vehicle, and then he raped you. And then he bought you Waterburger, put you to sleep, was even live. You know how you go like next to your door like this. What else? What else? What else? What else? And then the next morning you're like, hi, oh, but there are cameras here. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm not gonna go on to find out anything about their lives. They don't have a life. They have way of life. They don't have lifestyle. Way of life is like any shit literally they'll do. They have no love towards themselves. Absolutely no love towards themselves. So girls, ill. That's all the money that I have right now. And I need money for food. Who's gifting me money? I don't understand, what does me having been married to Jandel have anything to do for people to make me wait to give me money? If the FBI can do their job and seek the death penalty for people. They thought that literally that I was gonna do a fashion show of like, míralo a él el día de mi cumpleaños con Ginny Jandaleri y el bizcocho dice happy birthday. Isn't that a thoughtful husband, guys? Why I didn't even do anything on my birthday and I was lonely and I was crying that I need money for food. He was in my home. The Ginny Jandaleri doesn't have permission to be in. My sister over here is all mad that it wasn't her that he picked. Oh, porque they're like, pick me, pick me, pick me. Okay. They're disgusting. So I've heard they do that. They're like, dale, dale, dale. Estoy aquí con Jennifer Bonilla. En el cumpleaños de Arlene, el bizcocho dice happy birthday, Arlene. Fuck Arlene, a terrible spouse. Ay, están enfrentando a encendía. They live for rape. They're disgusting. They don't know how to turn on a woman. So that's why they steal. That's why they rape. That's why they drug people. That's why they murder. They're disgusting. They don't know how to turn on a woman. Who's gifting me money? What else? What else? I'm born. It's so hot today. It's so hot today. What else? The other day, someone was playing some really loud rock music. Oh, does he pay someone sometimes to be like, go play the song where she can hear it? A ver que si me llama. A ver si se vuelve loca buscando mi número de teléfono con toda esta compa que asquerosidad. Dale, dale, dale. They lack social skills. Kill them already. They're embarrassing. They're so gross. What else? What else? What else? What else? You can decapitate Armando Carrero, steals from me, Jaden and Kiloni. What else? What else? What else? What else? When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet with people, ideally polyamorous men. Excited about that. Then I want to tone my body. I want to get rid of my toenail fungus. They even gave me that so I couldn't flee them. Instead of treating me right, they're embarrassing. They're like, you know what? We'll get her to just commit to one of us, even if we throw up and we're like, we're the one. Get her toenail fungus. Well, they're like, baby, tú sí que tienes los pies limpios, no es como Arlene, por eso yo te doy el dinero que le robó Arlene. Baby. They think that I think about them ever. I didn't even remember these people existing. I don't ever think about them. I never think about these people ever. I thought they were dead, honestly. I thought they were dead. Who's gifting me money? There's my account number and the routing number. He is trying to kill me by lying to people and saying, that could be a stolen account. Don't trust it. USA has a fraud department. And yet he still makes people stupid. But that's because his personality is of being a terrorist. So it's intimidation. He's not powerful. He's just intimidating and very dumb and stupid. So one gets flabbergasted literally of like how dumb a person can be that one says like, no, I'm just gonna wait to give her money then. I've heard. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. Who's gifting me money today? Anyways, decades ago, Albert said to me that he's gonna make sure that I don't have electricity for at least 8 months, so I get cancer. What else? 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 I'm bored. You can decapitate Benjamin Soros and his sons that rape me and steal my money. They get in the way of my family. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. This is also I've sent my GoFundMe coming to people. Anyways, Genie Jandari as well. I'm quoting him decades ago. I was what 15. He showed me videos and pictures of all the places that they took her with money that they steal from me, and said that could have been you. And I thought, and oh, you want me to report you to the police and get you the death penalty? That's why you're doing this. What else? 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 You can decapitate you and that it is so she's disgusting. You can decapitate me. I mean, so the sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of me receiving money. So they made that decision decades ago. So I don't think like what's the purpose of them continuing stealing from me and trying to get my attention? I don't want a relationship with them. I don't want them as second cousins. They rape me, they've drugged me, they belittle me. They're stupid. What else? What else? What else? In the meantime, my priority, myself dating Kanoni. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. They want me to go down in history as the most unaccomplished person. I won't remember after I'm dead, and I wouldn't think that of myself anyway. They're rapists, murderers, and thieves. So disgusting. They're sex addicts and they're porn addicts. So they're mad at everyone that touched their wee wee. Well, they were minors, including me, even though they touched my vagina when I was a minor. And I wouldn't go after people hating. He has no right to persecute me over a decision that my parents made, that his parents made. I mean, eventually my kids, but that's why I don't talk to them behind the scenes, because they want to be like, well, Jenny, were you even happy with the school that she selected with you? Like, they may have like general consensus. They may have one or two complaints. That's normal. What else? What else? What else? I've heard. What else? I'm bored. Who's gifting me money today? Who's gifting me money today? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Welcome back, a seeker boy. What is he doing with my seals for me? I have no desire in finding out ever. I'm not the FBI, I'm not the police. I want to be living life for myself, dating Kaylani. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. What else? Who's gifting me money? Where did the number go? He wants me to transfer my USA bank account to Ginny Gendalides, which is impossible to do. Because she's who was loyal to their dick while I was with Edgar. Like, they have petitions. They're stupid just as them. And she's like waiting in line, like, I'm not here, guys! Wait to see that, man! They're disgusting. They're embarrassing, so gross. So behind the scenes, they're conferring where people possibly have guns to people's head and said, don't give her money that she needs to settle this. She needs to agree to change this account to Ginny Jandalides' name, porque she is Who has been tending to our dicks instead of Arlene? Or Sarah Francis? Or Carolina Chavez? Because then they get annoyed at her. They're like, nena, pero echa pa' allá. You're not like the only person in my life. ¿Qué le pasa a esta tipa, fo? Literally, I had to go and get 1,500 other wet bags. Y ella lo va presentando por la vida como el esposo. Albert, Andrew, I don't know if that's his name, Anthony Capisano, Alex. They're like, literally, I had to go through life en cada país encontrando más web bags para que Ginny Zendalini me deje quieto. ¿Qué asquerosidad es esa? Ella literalmente quiere skin Arlene y meterse en el cuerpo de ella and be like, ya gané. What else? So I wouldn't ever pursue this. He fucks her. They get raped all the time. They rape other people. They steal money. They murder. They steal. And then they call her a wet bag. And then they go on to find more wet bags that he could claim after a while of belittling me, that should deserve for their names to be on my bank account instead of me, because those are the people that were on his dick. So that's why I don't talk to them. Ever. That's why I don't talk to them. Ever. What else? You can decapitate Ginny Zendaliri. Son esos padres que lleva violando más de 40 años, fo. Ew, she's disgusting. She steals my home, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money, steals my money. She's trying to put them in jail so that they can't ever participate in life. She's trying to get them killed because they're all so pretty and I like them. And they're like, ay, yo aquí con mi esposa tomando café. Huh? They're like, we just have to work through the kinks. What kinks? They're an embarrassment. Ew. Oh, this is like Cain. A ver, that's what they are. I've heard that. And I posted all that in writing on Facebook, I think. They want the attention. Ew. So they're like, imagínate que hay pastora. Y Arlene es like, Dios, FBI, aquí está el Caín que no sirve porque no saben lo que es haber. I wasn't there. I'm not going to be quoting that shit reenacting Catholicism hurt. Just because it's in a book, do they recreate the Hercules and when the crawdads sing? It's in the fiction section at the library, gente. What else? They're embarrassing. They're embarrassing, so they think that I have influence, and that's why people let me starve on purpose for a while. Though I haven't gone starving for more than a few hours, but very uncomfortable, and I hate it, and I don't know when this ends. When they stop putting people guns to their heads so that people don't give me money, when the FBI feels that they have everything that they need to prosecute them, or at least archive like how disgusting they are. If they won't be prosecuted, I'm not going to stress about that. One of them could be in jail permanently. I'm not going to find out. I'm not doing spousal visits, even if that could get him out of jail. No. It's like, hopefully his behavior gets him out of jail alone. I wouldn't reward you with sex over raping me, stealing from me, getting in the way of me receiving money, almost killing me, and then be like, con cada pedito que me tire. Literalmente lo veo en la cárcel. ¿Por qué? What else? And there's no hermano to satisfy that need ever. I'm not like I'm disgusting. They're like, you have a prima that sounds just like you. I just did service that way. Ew, I wouldn't ever. So there could be one permanently in jail that is being told with spousal visits, Arlene can get you out of here so quickly. He would be like a brand new man. Based on what they witness in other people, I won't ever talk to my family of origin for that reason. I don't know if a court could petition me that, but I wouldn't. It hasn't so far, so I wouldn't. And the people say, wow, if he's in jail and she's not doing spousal visits, he truly wanted to kill her before she was born. And then she fell in love with him. He's mad, angry that he hasn't been able to kill me, so he's killed millions. What else? I'm bored. I want to get up tomorrow and eat at Guadalupe Shrine Church if I ever receive money for me to visit First Watch and shop for food. What else? When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people ideally for your husband. I don't need to ask anyone for permission for that. My dad may be as a hostage, sadly, and hates me. So he's like, whatever, she already turned 18, so she's crying that she's starving. I'm here stressed out because of dumb penises that don't know how to be men saying, pick me, Arlene, to be your first, I can't be your dad. And I haven't had sex with Ramon possibly since I was like 3. If that was it. And he said it made me feel uncomfortable when I was like 5. I think that I know of. Porque I could have participated in those days if I got drugged willingly. That's why I don't praise anyone. Or was forced to. I think I remember when I was 3, I did a routine on him that I got all over him from top one. Some of them saw that sadly and they're enfermitos. So one of these people was there. So it's like whenever yo me conformo con que se lo mame el padre frente mío y no me lo mame a mí si llega a hacer esa rutina otra vez. Literally, they speak like that. It's 40 years later. And they're like, le hice un número a Ramón que yo no puedo con eso, yo me mato si ella me llega a tratar así también. What else? Anyways, God is his own husband. He's committed to his mother. I've heard Dick, 2 of them, until she dies. I don't do tryouts for when the mother dies or the dad. So that's also very occupied, very busy because it loves, I've heard, his mommy and daddy still to have sex with. I don't do that. At the age of 2 or 3, said, no, I don't like any of you like that. Please take me all around the planet one day by giving me money or before I turn into an adult so I can meet other people. What else? They're embarrassing. They facilitate females raping me. They're so gross. They believe they've treated me so badly when I would love them. But people say that that's their stupidity. So I don't, and I'm very smart that yo no le reclamo nada, yo no le hablo, yo no le pregunto cómo fue tu día, ni con quién estuviste, ni con si estás solo.
si cocina o no, qué vehículo maneja ahora, dónde vive, what are his hobbies. I want to know nothing about him. It's taking advantage. It thinks that it takes advantage of me because I love him. That's how stupid it is. Advantage of me because I love him would be que yo estuviera willingly dejando que me viole todos los días que él le diera la gana. That is poor me that lets herself take advantage of. What else? What else? What else? What else? I won't ever pursue it. I won't ever pursue Yandel just out of like I have doubts that he would even be nice to me. People say that eventually sometimes they make that happen if he's genuine. They're like, we have to like try to. It feels like, what is it? Trafficking humans to some people. But they're like, no, if that's what he wants, like, we'll try to see if she's willing without coercion because they've been together already. So it's kind of like an intervention with just like, "Oh, you two like met at this place and you didn't know that you would both be there." What else? What else? What else? What else? Or a friend might put in, look, I may have a friend one day, might put in a good word for him and be like, here's his phone number, by the way. The apology through a friend, I've heard. I don't know. Like, it wasn't me. It was come book a seeker que me tenía de rehén a mí también. Without going into the details of what truly happened or the names of the people that took it hostage. Like, I want to try again. I want to try again in a phone number. What's that? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm born. He just seeks people to rape. So toda esta semana he's possibly talking to people. ¿Has visto a Arlene online? Llorando de que de él es rico y ella no. What else? 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 I'm bored. Pero I have a natural ability of exposing them without want to, porque he lloriqueado, entonces that's hilarious that they stayed with Come Bucket. Porque Come Bucket is who wants to put him in jail, who wants him dead. And I'm like, dude, we're at this point where I'm showing you a picture, thinking to myself because I don't talk to them. Because la misma que me roba mi dinero, que se queda en mi casa sin mi permiso, que me quiere violar, and you have possibly facilitated that for her. Está cansado de ti, nunca te quiso ever. So it's so easy for them to be like, dale, que vaya a la cárcel, que lo metan preso, que lo maten. We fall. So me seeking the death penalty for him is not the same concept. Like, I'm doing it as a form of preservation for myself, for Jaden, for Kaylani, for humanity in general. What else? What else? What else? What else? La con Bucket is just like whatever. I never loved him. Y que lo clavé por tantos años. And I bragged about it, and people even praised me for it. Like, what a lovely couple. Like, I got away with that. Mientras él quería estar con otra, otra lo quería él. Ew, they're disgusting. They give priority to that. Porque it's the short thing, orgasm, and they're sex addicts, they're porn addicts. They're disgusting. What don't eat it. Mushroom one. I had one at Tampa. What is it? Tampa Bay Brewery. That was so good. And I love that place. There's a place in Tampa. It's a brewery. And it serves burgers. And I had a mushroom burger. So yummy. It's on the menu. Like, yes. Like, literally, the cameras of places. Yes! Or people, what is it? Stock the stuff. Ew. So él se casa con la mesera, literalmente. Porque she's like, baby, she like even orgasm when she saw it on the menu. They're like, wow, that's so worthy. They're disgusting. Ew, they thought that it was gonna tie them up like a vaca. When I'm like more, that's not promiscuous. But I have goals to have sex with a lot of people and they keep getting in the way. I hate that. It's like as long as the penis and the vagina is clean, it doesn't matter if it's the same person or not. What else? What else? I'm bored. I want arroz frito con gandules tomorrow. Thank you, Guadalupe Shrine Church. More tacos this morning. Tacos. Where can I get food like that? Oh, I hate church service. Like say, but some people hate me. They're like, why is this on the weekends? She's like, I'm still starving and doesn't want to get to any church. Where? Oh, maybe I'll search who is it that serves breakfast in a church on Saturdays if there's such service, and I'll get it. Isn't there like on the Zavala? There's some soup kitchen supposedly, but that seems like so far away. Exhausting. I had a plate today of, oh, I didn't even complain that it was eggs. Like I've been craving it. And when other people cook, I'm like, if that's what's served. As long as it's clean, as long as it's good taste, I'll eat it if it's meat or eggs. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? So it was eggs with ham. I think it was like hot dog or sausage. Potatoes, though they were like slightly spicy, some of them. And tortillas are so good. And coffee. The coffee is so good. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. I am bored. So their dad supposedly wore a mullet and they get worse than hillbillies because Puerto Rico. Their dad was born in Puerto Rico, an island. So they're like, when dad would show up to Disney, imagine it was like, wow, que cafrería. Esto no tiene remedio, ya I don't want it in my life. I don't want it in my life ever. I want a man. There has to be like beautiful men out there, I imagine. If he hasn't killed, he vowed to me one of them that he would kill any people like him. Full. What else? What else? What else? They're a waste of time. They don't get it. It's like, how big is the house that they're trying to build? And they're true and the mujeres and men that they get along. That they continue stealing and trying to kill people. They want to like literally get away with raising millions of people, if not billions, to have the planet to themselves. But then they're like, where will we go for Mickey Mouse walk? So they come first to behind the scenes. And they're like, whoa, 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 who likes Mickey Mouse walk? And to decide who to keep or kill. What else? What else? I refuse to confer with those people. I don't consider them even family. They're disgusting, stupid. They've ruined their lives. What else? Even without food, I look a lot better than them. Possibly my private plane full. They're just fake. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people. The only funny I'm met. I was warned decades ago that to not kill me. That for a significant amount of years, they pretend wife with me while I'm posting online every day. They have no respect for anyone, not even themselves. They're so gross. So they're masturbating for the past 5 years that I've been online, screaming that I'm hungry, that I'm money, that I've been in a homeless shelter, that I don't have sex. That I miss dating, I miss Kehlani, I miss shopping for myself, dating Kehlani. That I miss having electricity at home. They're like doing every porno in their head for the past 5 years. I've heard to not kill me and to not basically extinct mankind. What else? What else? What else? You can give me money in person through PayPal. It's Air Blue Sky Design School, lo que estoy pensando, straight to my heart, Arlene Lorenzo art. Shop INTAYIAFAY, entire shop. My GoFundMe campaign is gofundme.com/f/Arlene-Lorenzo. I need new teeth. I haven't been to the dentist in 5 years. They want some teeth for Joanna. And by is take a look. See, I have teeth in. Something. When what? They're embarrassing. They're embarrassing. They're so gross. You can decapitate Joanna Vargas. You can decapitate Yesenia Roman Feliciano. You can decapitate Yesenia Ramírez Lorenzo. The day keep it on. I'm like, God, move away. That's a violation of my rights. Plus, Jolanda said that I should be here for my husband. They're like, Jessie me lo mama todos los días, le casi. En su cuarto hay una vista privada del culo de ella. Go away and I'm gonna kill you. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Anything that I'm gonna take him on a date? Never. Fool. They're disgusting. They see people that are okay with them doing drugs, they're okay with them raping children, that are okay with them stealing, that they're okay with them murdering people, and I don't like any of that. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm praying that tomorrow I go for a full day without posting about come buckets seeker or come buckets on Facebook. I had that goal set for myself today, but then I remember relevant information that I don't want to be Tedka and not post right away because I could be extending an investigation through the FBI. Keep it quiet, everything that I remember by being like, no, I just did it and I'm posting on Facebook. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I want to sleep. Oh, that fire stopped. So I have leggings that I wash, hand wash them, and a t-shirt that I'm wearing tomorrow. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? He wants to be legally prostitute myself. Because I refuse to talk to the people that illegally prostitute themselves to him. He's an illegal prostitute, it's so disgusting. He thinks he's legal because she refused. Like on Bucket giving her woman training and showing her videos of how it is that she pleases a man like me. He's so no agresivo, so 0 años, people saying. So disgusting. Ew, 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 ew. No, so no. So it thinks that it punishes me with stealing from me, so I starve. Because I refuse to see the videos and pictures of what they do with legal person. That shouldn't exist. So I want to give me woman training of how it is to please a man. It's very disgusting. It's the worst. I'm the greatest of all times, and he's the worst. Literally. Ew. I warned Menorito 5 years younger than me. It's like you either grow up on something that fell for you. When he was a teen, decades ago. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. As I ate tacos today, I'm excited. What else? When I'm financially stable, plan to travel, planning me people ideally for her husband. Es ridículo que eso utiliza la direction befriendly que Carlos Ponce. Thinking that I would fight for him. My primas, some of them are disgusting lovely. Because they're like, I'm loyal to you because you keep us safe, Arlene. So I didn't know what el experimento was. I don't participate in any such thing. They're like Chayanne, Ricky Martin, or Carlos Ponce. I'm like, none of them. They're like, you have to pick one. I'm like, well, maybe Carlos Ponce, but that's because, like, no, la novela that he's on right now. I'm like, as a fan of his work, I pick Carlos Ponce. And the song for la novela, and then I listened to the rest of the album. So she went on to befriend Carlos Ponce on Facebook, thinking that I would kill myself. Or like, how did she do that? They're lazy and time wasters, so girls, trying to rape me, trying to get a conversation from me. They're disgusting. My prima don't like her because some primas don't of mine don't like her. May have been laughing and say, "Oh, we have a problem here." Ginny Gendalini está en Facebook brincando un trampolín con una asquerosidad, con el resto de las lacras que quieren violar a Arlene, le van a decir a Ginny Gendaliris por el brincoteo, por no poder violar a Arlene. Y ahora hay que es amiga de Carlos Ponce. Si a Arlene no está aquí, a Arlene no le importa tres carajos lo que Ginny Gendalini está haciendo. Other than de estar escribiendo al FBI, ¿qué carajo hace esa tipa tan asquerosa? Y ella quizá ni se recuerda que Ginny Gendalini le roba dinero y se queda en la casa de ella sin su permiso y le roba su vehículo. Usualmente, everyone in the family of origin, when they see something like that, como que she's talking to my favorite celebrity that I would want to marry, people get into fights. People might have even asked her, mira, Arlene, no te dijo que you're following Carlos Ponce. What else? ¿Qué carajo? Ew, I don't even think Carlos Ponce is even that attractive. Neither of three of them, to be honest. Pero that's how my primas gauge, and they go on to tell the FBI and the police, we think we still have a situation. She's of no age. She's trying to get Arlene to kill herself and trying to make her jealous. We made Arlene pick one without telling Ginny Gendaliris that, let's see which one Ginny Gendaliris picks to make us jealous. Si Chayanne, Ricky Martin, or Carlos Ponce. So they play like a cual de todos no odia. Si era Ricky Martin, pues no odiaba odiar a Arlene, porque Arlene dijo cualquiera, anyway, a ninguno me interesa. They have a hate crime towards me. For what purpose? They're stupid. Ew. They're disgusting. They're trying to pick a mother for Kehlani and Jaden. They want to be judges at the test. Or do they want to have them? Like, seriously, they're trying to use me as their club promoter. What other thing they want to do in life? They think they hijacked my Facebook and everyone on the planet is happy about it to see their faces finally on my Facebook. They're disgusting. They're so gross. Ellos se invitaron a mi vida sin yo invitarlos a ellos. Ew. I'm bored. What else? They want to stall me from dating by saying, hey, that's why they steal my money. They're like, you're too late to be dating. Porque whoever meets me is going to be like, why did I just meet you? I didn't meet you when you were 13. These comeback seekers, asquerosidad, they have been raping for more than 30 years. They stole my money to date them when I was like, what, 9 years old? And I'm 44 now. They terrorized my parents to not provide for me, to rape me.
or to see me die. They're disgusting. They steal my homes. They steal my vehicles. They get in the way of everything. So I'm a very late bloomer, like for real. When I'm financially stable, that's why the FBI is trying to let me die. It could be chaotic. With the amount of hype that there is towards my vagina, a lot of it is very much valid. There is just people like, why not? I want to try. What is she about? Pick me, I'll kill myself if she doesn't pay attention to me, which I hope you don't. Kill yourself. What else? The steps that I'm ready to take so far, I get to HEB, the library without any issues. What else? But I'm truly a late bloomer. For real. Some people don't put themselves out there until a certain age, I've heard. So in comparison, there may be like a 40-something-year-old that says, I actually had never dated anyone. And now I'm like, what is this about? I've literally like stayed true to myself. Or I've had like my own relatives and I'm like sharing my room. But I like there's respect. And I don't like a holiday party. Put it in here, thank you, bye. What else? I'm bored. You can decapitate Genie Gendalides on it so smart. That stays in my home that steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money and steals my money so I can date. They think that what they say and I post here, that's like what people think of me. They're terrorists. So this is a very difficult situation. I didn't think I'd have to say that for me to get out of. Oh. It's like I need money ASAP. And I hate that my health has significantly declined in the past 15 years. That I don't have even electricity in my apartment. Ew. These are married men already. They've exposed that to me decades ago, introducing me their significant others. So like busy all the time. I don't want to pursue it now because it's married, but in my head, it's not worth it ever. I shouldn't have to justify over and over every day. I should be stitching. I should be buying myself a new bra or getting my tetitas right. They want to take a picture of my broken bra because I noticed it. And then they're going to send it to Francisca de las Marias, the USA member home. And say, ew, you're dating that. Look at her broken bra. For what purpose? These are people of adult age. They're disgusting. For what age? Also, for what purpose? Also, they possibly thought that I wouldn't expose them. So that when I would show my mess, it's like, look at my broken bra, gente. Look at my broken bra. Su Ginny Zendalir esto tiene todo porque me roba mi dinero para darle a ella porque él está muy agradecido con Ginny Zendalir, mamarle el pene. Su Melissa Gómez Rivera lo tiene todo porque ella le mama el pene y él está muy agradecido. So él me roba mi dinero. They're disgusting. You can decapitate Melissa Gómez Rivera. You can decapitate Ginny Zendalir, Lorenzo Suarez. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez, Lorenzo Sons. That rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of me receiving money, they steal my homes, they steal my vehicles, they're sex addicts, they're porn addicts, they're rapists, murderers, and thieves. That steal my money to sustain their supposedly drug addiction too. While funding legal hookers que le mamen el pene. That they want to try for them to rape me. Son unos vagos, unos puercos, unos asquerosos. I don't ever want this near me. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? When I'm financially stable, plan to travel, plan and meet people, ideally plan your investment. I'm excited about that. And I'm proud of myself today because even though I've taken a beating physically, I didn't go on. I didn't remember that they drugged me. I'm like, scam alert! I don't want to go on to talk to anyone behind the scenes. They're trying to rape me, is what I thought. And now I remember that I was getting married to Jandel. He threatened me decades ago he would ruin my marriage to Jandel, and that he did. He asked Jandel to drug me. He asked Gloria Nirsa supposedly to drug me to have Jandel because Jandel and I met during an orgy where there were more people there. He's had everyone in that orgy rape me with Jandel. So Jandel and I had a discussion once in the kitchen of what I think was his and mine's home. I don't know if that was his home alone. I wasn't an active participant. I was Benadryl wife, I heard. Look at that. So Hollywood. They don't even know what Hollywood is. I've been to In-N-Out Burger, Cheesecake Factory in many states, including California. It's all the same. What else? What else? What else? What else? So Jandel and I made the mutual decision there to divorce, supposedly, if that happened, because he said on behalf of Gloria Nirsa that's asking me to drug you. You don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy it either. Days before, I said it's Andrew asking Gloria Nirsa to drug you, to rape you, trying to ruin this for you and I. So he and I made the decision to divorce. They were like, ¿Qué? You divorce? Da un asco, gente. Ew. They're like, they think that like they don't rap it already, like brand new. Este hombre está recién divorciado. Lo que ella no te pudo dar, baby, te lo voy a dar yo. Educación. Never, apparently. No le pueden dar educación porque mira esto, qué asco. That's why I've never pursued him. He could be a victim himself based on what my dad and I talked about decades ago. My dad is like, it's worse than getting a kid with Down syndrome to date you, Arlene. What else? With how busy it is doing their own thing. And then raping me en agradecimiento por how good you are to him and supportive of him. So my dad at one point is like, un carajo, vas a ver a Yandel, ahora me voy a quedar con él, tanto me ha violado que me voy a tener que casar con él, maldita sea. Just kidding. Pero if you saw how annoying this is, girl, if you saw how annoying this is, what else? I'm bored. I am bored. So Jandel is in love with my dad, apparently. And those leeches, the steal from me thing that I'm gonna take down my GoFundMe campaign and be like, yo voy a esperar a ver si Yandel me mantiene porque eso es símbolo de amor. Ew, they're always looking for un símbolo de amor, un símbolo de acceptance. Dan un asco, ya no saben qué más telenovela inventarse en su mente. They don't function as humans. They don't function as men or women. They are disgusting. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. What else? You can decapitate everyone that has gotten in the way of my reproductive rights. What else? 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 They're disgusting. You can decapitate Arlene Lorenzo, steals her stays in my home without my permission, steals my money, gets in the way of receiving money. What else? What else? What else? Decapitate John del Malavé. If he steals from me, stays in my homes without my permission, steals my money, gets in the way of me receiving money, steals my vehicles, they're all disgusting. Fun. He doesn't have family that one person at least would give me money. I'm gonna keep doing this every day, seeking for people to give me money. What else? 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 I'm bored. Oh, one of them joined the Air Force. Did he? And had like that rope around his uniform? I can't remember. In preamble that he also has a USA bank account. I heard. And people were like, you're stupid. Ojalá te maten por allá. En un deployment is what I heard decades ago. He's like, I'm gonna get myself that USA bank account on my own. He may have just had the uniform. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel, plan and meet people, ideally polyamorous men. I'm excited about that. I'm gonna get the Cheesecake Factory tomorrow. It's birthday money. Well, my family origin right now is stalking people, all the VIA people, police, Interpol with, I'm scared about her, honey. Someone asked her on a date in the bus earlier. You must show me a picture of the guy. Get a subpoena and I'll suck your dick, honey. And they're like, yo conozco a este muchacho, or I don't know who that is. Dale, para tirarme una foto ya, visita con él. Ew, they're disgusting. They're embarrassing, so gross. Mostly everyone that I grew up around, they're disgusting. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? They're possibly taking pictures with the guy, took him shopping, did a makeover because there were all of makeovers on him without seeing his closet. Ew. That the guys I've heard or the girls laugh. They're like, they took me to Chanel thinking it's my first time because I was wearing Adidas. They're like, you need a makeover. So they possibly already found the guy, asked him out on a date. Even today, they're like, we're not ready. Ella me roba el dinero, yo me robo el dinero. They stay in my homes without my permission. They steal my vehicles. They get in the way of me saving money. They're disgusting. They're embarrassing. And they're always raping, waiting for the next thing, como una ansiedad. They possibly have bets or pride in who has the most numbers of people that they raped. So they may like keep track of how many people they raped.
They've been raping for more than 30 years. Yeah. In the meantime, Miss Dana and Miss Kalani who are rape babies. What else? What else? What else? When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel around and meet people. Ideally for the hours, and then I'm excited about that. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? My siblings have tried to get Benjamin's daughters and assistants. They love to kill themselves with she needs a man, not you. That's why I rape you. That's why I steal her money. So that she can meet an actual man because they're out there raping whoever I date. So they literally like traffic me into poverty and starvation, and they won't give up until I show up, which I won't ever rather die, but I don't want to die. With me saying who it is that I've dated through Tinder and Bumble for them to rape. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? They're disgusting. Oh, they're disgusting. They're embarrassing. What else? What else? What else? What else? Andrew wants to tell me behind the scenes, look, I love that done there the past 30 years. And you have accomplished nothing in life. He can't decide that for me. He's stupid, so gross. He thinks he's a judge of who has a better life or no. That bored, that's stupid. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. It's like I'm the judge of the quality of my life, not him. That's why the quality of life document was explicitly written by the World Health Association. It's like just like cancer, like human rights are a thing. United Nations respect, and now we have to write another document. Porque él quiere ir por ahí diciendo, uy, que tenis tan feo, esa gente tan basura, I'd rather kill it. No me gustó los tenis que tiene puesto. So I want to kill it. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? I'm bored. I'm bored. When I'm financially stable, I plan to travel the planet and meet people ideally for the harassment. I've never had sex with a woman. What else? What else? What else? So that's exciting. I love it. What else? 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 I'm bored. I'm bored. Who's gifting me money today? In person through PayPal, it's Air Blue Sky and Blue Sky Designs going to Stephen Sun. Go straight to my heart. Arlene Lorenzo Art Shop INTAYIAFAY. I am Tara Shop. My GoFundMe campaign is gofundme.com/f/Arlene-Lorenzo. I'm being patient. I have fees that I need to pay to Venezuela, please, though, for a washer and dryer fee. You can decapitate everyone that gets in the way of me receiving money saying, she doesn't have electricity, how is she gonna pay washer and dryer fees? They rave by screaming. That's why I don't talk to them. My siblings have a disgusting habit of doing that. I stopped talking to them more than 20 years ago. Leech, go ahead and order your own stupid iPhone and stop trying to use me to order from eBay for you, stupid Gilbert Lorenzo Salgado. He's dead. I made a mistake with the address. They were so upset. El teléfono de Yandel Do they tell you that story? How I mixed up a number and had it shipped to the wrong place? Those cum buckets, asquerosidades, steal from me. They stay in my homes without my permission. They steal my vehicles. They get in the way of me receiving money and then do the secretary. Be my secretary at least once a year for me to masturbate to the thought of you having ordered something from eBay for me. And then, so I always fuck it up. I'm like, sorry, I've been too late. They're getting off regardless, but I always just make her laugh and say, oh, she knows. He thinks I'm gonna convert in the stupid group chat over that when I laugh at them internally. All of them. No le hago favor a nadie, fo. Y menos con bucket lichas asquerosidades que me roban mi dinero, que se quedan en mi casa sin mi permiso, que violan a mis crushes, dan un asco. So behind the scenes, he goes around telling people, no le den dinero a Arlene, que irresponsable. She messed up my eBay order. People like, people can't make mistakes. She messed up. Did you hear CNN? About the iPhone that I had accidentally delivered to the wrong address. I don't remember if it had to be reordered. It was, I think, like a special edition one too. What else? What else? What else? What else? Or it was for Christmas, I think. ¿Qué carajo me tiene que importar a mí? What else? 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 You can decapitate everyone that steals my money, everyone that's invading my privacy, everyone that's trying to rape me, Jada and Kehlani, everyone that has caused Jada and Kehlani to be separated from me, everyone that steals my vehicles, everyone that stays in my homes without my permission, everyone that steals my money, everyone that steals property from me in my homes without my permission to leave it there. Everyone that goes on to put on my brand new underwear and leaves it dirty by home as an act of terrorism. So I can't enter my home and get my belongings from my home. You can decapitate Benjamin Suarez or his sons that rape me, that steal my money, that get in the way of me receiving money. They're like, Arlene, are there circumstances I would have dated you, but your siblings are so disgusting. I'm never taking you on a date. Well, they raped my siblings and my siblings raped them. They're disgusting. They're so gross. Ew, ew, ew. And they think that I'm gonna fight over them. You can decapitate Yadira Chaparro. You can decapitate. ¿Qué carajo es eso? Ew. You can decapitate Arlene Lorenzo Chaparro as a cum bucket. Steals my money, stays in my homes without my permission, steals my vehicles, gets in the way of me receiving money. Lost my virginity for me with Benjamin Suarez and assistants that I love. I'm tagging the FBI in this post, NATO, Interpol, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the Justice Department in the United States, the International Criminal Court, the U.S. Army, the U.S. They're waiting possibly for me to confer, and they possibly by now have thousands of people. Mistake, the people like name it. And they're like, the mistake is Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo, but we call it iPhone mistake. What else? What else? What else? Porque me quiere regañar al frente de gente por yo ser tan bruta. It's like if the FBI tracks that. I hope they do esos abusos hacia mí. They steal from me and then they try to make me their secretary. They're so gross. Ew, ew, ew. So I always mess it up. Some people say that that's the worst because then that causes for one to talk to them more often and they get off sexually even more. But one doesn't think about that in the moment. When one screws up a simple task as buying me this pie and now I'm like, I'm saying that listing expired. What else? What else? Oh, I used to leave my phone turn off in the vehicle for days, some days back then. I'm like, Jaden is little. He's right here with me. Edgar's in the home. It's the weekend. They would call me on a Monday. They're like, what the fuck? Why didn't you answer the phone? I'm like, oops, my phone, I left it in the vehicle all weekend. Porque they call for the dumbest shit. Ew, they're disgusting. They're disgusting. I even said thank you once, meaning I want to kill you in self-defense. When I returned from Puerto Rico onto California, I was being sarcastic. I'm like, thank you for what I was while I was in Puerto Rico. That bully is so disgusting. He bullied me because Jaden was wearing Ike sneakers without ties. Y no vive con Queen Elizabeth y Harry y Charles y el otro. The sneakers were from Old Navy. They were slip-on. However, with the holes were like normally, what are those called? They're like the metal rings on it. And Gilbert screamed at me that why Jaden was wearing those slip-ons, que son sin cordón, que la gente va a pensar que es pobre. Porque he steals from me and gets in the way of me receiving money. He stays in my homes without my permission. He rapes my crushes. He steals my vehicles. So they hate anything that they think will be a conversation starter. That someone may say, so ese nene es pobre porque no tiene cordón en los zapatos, gavetes. And people will say, pero si es que Gilbert Lorenzo se ve de un cuero asqueroso que le roba el dinero a Arlene. Y le viola a los crushes a Arlene y se queda en la casa de Arlene sin Arlene darle permiso. Se roba los vehículos de Arlene. So they think that with prim and proper wear, no one's going to talk about theft. They're stupid. They possibly have acquired thousands of people by now throughout the years trying to yell at me for that dumb mistake of buying zapatos sin gavetes. Porque they're disgusting. They're rapists, murderers, and thieves, and then they go on pointing any mistake that they think that one makes. That to me isn't a mistake. That was a choice that I made for style. And my kid didn't complain. And I got them in brown too. Or were the brown ones from Children's Place? Possibly. Possibly. So because I don't let Gilbert Lorenzo rape me, he's possibly behind the scenes screaming at people. Pero mira qué bruta es. Cometió un error ordenando un iPhone. You would let that be a world leader. ¡Qué bruta es! ¡Qué bruta es! I hope Gilbert Lorenzo Acevedo kills himself today. They're disgusting. They're disgusting. So gross. They killed Gloria Nirsa trying to be the prettiest. Anyways, my phone is turning off soon. It's at 1%. I thought I would. Oh, it's 12 already. Wow, amazing. What else? What else? What else? I'm bored.